go, chat. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Launch a swarm of subagents to do an in-depth review and identify any security vulnerabilities. Welcome to Bridge Code, ladies and gentlemen. Today's gonna be a good one. Watch this. Watch this swarm, chat. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, welcome back, everyone. How's it going? What's up, chat? It's gonna be a good one. What's up, PythCon? What's up, Mute the Yap? What's up, Maik? What's up, Kit Kat? What's up, Bruce Wayne? Oaria, let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, guys, so check this out. We are launching Bridge Code CLI next week, next Wednesday to be exact. And today we are going to have an incredibly focused stream. We're going to be locked in, building out new plans for BridgeMind. We're now going to have a coding plan. Subscribers of BridgeMind are going to get actual credits to use with their BridgeMind subscription. As you guys can see here, Bridge Code, we now can launch swarms of sub-agents inside of Bridge Code. I built this last night off stream, and today it's going to get even better. But look at this. We got Elon, we got Dario, we got Jensen, we got Tim, we got Mark, we got Andy. And this is a swarm of AI agents launching in Bridge Code right now. As you guys can see, this is Bridge Code. This is my own project, my own product. And we're going to enter the market to compete against Claude Code, Codeex, Open Code. And this is the start of this journey. We're going to launch next Wednesday. And this is going to be the full focus of today's stream. The full focus, as you guys can see, it's working very well here. And with that said, let's let these agents work and let's knock out a 40 bomb. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Okay. All right. Let's dive into this. So what we're gonna do here is we've got this Bridge Code. This is version 0.1.0. Okay, and what we're gonna do with this is we are literally going to be building Bridge Code using Codeex. Claude Code has dropped significantly. We could potentially be getting Opus 4.7 today, or tomorrow, or Thursday. I do expect to get a new Opus model here soon. As you guys know, Opus 4.5 came out like November 25th, or November 28th, one of the two. And then Opus 4.6 dropped on February 5th. And the timeline of that is about 73 days. And it's been 68 days since the launch of Opus 4.6. So we're in the time period where we should be expecting a new Opus model, okay? And the last time that we got a new model, they were nerfing Opus 4.5 before they launched Opus 4.6, okay? And I do expect that, you know, we're gonna get some frontier models here soon. But what we're gonna do here is let's actually launch Codeex here, because the truth of it is that we're gonna have to make this way better over the next week, okay? We're gonna have to make this way, way better. So we just dropped this in. I need you to do an in-depth review of the findings from this agent swarm, and then I want you to actually create a structured output understanding the biggest vulnerabilities in the application to me. Okay, So let's launch a couple agents here. We're gonna drop in BridgeMind API. Okay. All right, what's up, chat? Let's grind. We're in dev. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yep, 79,000 in ARR. Yep, it's going up. So we are about to break 80,000 in ARR, and I am just absolutely thrilled. Thank you to everyone that is a BridgeMind subscriber, because I couldn't have done it without you guys. We're going to continue to move forward every single day, show up and give it our absolute best. And as you guys can see here, we got Codeex working here, but even like Claude Code is just significantly deprecated, and it's hard to even use right now. It's hard to use. And I think that what people need to understand is that something is going on at Anthropic. I don't know what, but something is going on that is not normal, okay? And we don't know what that is. We can speculate on what that is, but the truth of it is that nobody knows, okay? But people are saying that OpenAI is actually about to release this SPUD model, and that the SPUD model is very, very good. So we could see OpenAI come back and get in the lead with Codeex here with a GPT 5.5, and we should be expecting this model or these models like today, tomorrow, next week. Like, these are coming. Yeah, Tyberry said, yeah, I'm not gonna use Claude Code for it because I don't need Claude Code for this. But we're gonna drop this in. Let's launch another 2 Codex agents. So we're gonna do another Codex, and let's just drop this in here. And when I launch Bridge Code, it now launches Bridge Code, okay? Which is very good. This is version 0.1.0. This is very early on, okay? But even stuff like this, right? Do you guys see how when I did the drag and drop, all of a sudden it created all this? It created all this? What's up with that, right? So we need to patch some of these random bugs before we launch. I want you to review Bridge Code CLI and identify why when I expanded the terminal, it showed all these lines in the terminal. There is a UI glitch in the terminal UI. Review this in depth and help me fix this. Okay, so we're gonna drop this in now. Bridge Code CLI, and we're gonna have GPT 5.4 high fast do this for us. Hold on, let's go. All right, so check this out, guys. So this is the goals for today. So today, we are going to be getting Bridge Code CLI up as an NPM package. We're going to get this deployed. It's going to be a private package that only I can use, but that's the first step that we need to take to actually getting this deployed. Number 2 is we are going to introduce a max and an ultra plan for BridgeMind. This is going to be a $100 plan and a $200 plan for BridgeMind. And we're also going to build in the crediting system today. Something that's missing from BridgeMind is that, as you guys know, this is a vibe coding ecosystem, which means that we have all the products that you need to be a successful vibe coder. But one thing that we are missing is that with our plans, you have to bring your own subscriptions, right? And what we're going to do today is we're actually going to build the crediting system so that when you buy a pro subscription, or when you buy a max subscription, or when you buy an ultra subscription, you're actually going to get credits to then use to connect to frontier models like GPT 5.4 or Opus 4.6 and other models respectively. That is something that is missing because people just want to be able to have credits as well. So we're going to be looking into that today. You guys are going to see it here. Yep, the NPM is easy. Okay. Breno, cheers, cheers. Good morning, good morning. Is there any downside of using GPT fast instead of the normal one, or what's the difference? So it is the same, or at least they say it's the same. I use it because GPT is slower than a Claude Opus, right? Especially inside of Codex. Codex thinks for quite longer. I need you to create a new command, which is called... All right, so we're gonna build in a new concept here, which I have already decided that I wanted to create. So it's gonna be a /teams command, okay? So inside of Bridge Code, you're going to be able to create teams, but these are going to function differently than Claude Code teams. If you guys have used Claude Code teams, this is basically a mechanism where you're able to use Claude Code, and I'll show you an example of this. Watch this. So let's just grab this one, okay? Let's grab this one, and let's get the chill music on because I don't want the stream to get cut off with all the copyright music that I'm playing. Just so you guys know, I don't monetize the streams because I just play copyright music the entire time. But I do not want the stream to actually get cut off. So I'm gonna change to bridge music here so it doesn't get cut off. Okay. All right, let's do this. All right, so let's drop this in and watch this, chat. So I'm gonna drop in the BridgeMind API, and what I'm gonna say is I want you to create an agent team to work together to actually be able to patch all the vulnerabilities that have been identified. Make sure that you launch subagents and create a structured team to be able to fix all of these vulnerabilities that have been found. Okay, so we're gonna do this real quick. We're gonna go over here and we're gonna grab this one right here, and we're just gonna copy all this. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back over here, and I'm gonna show you guys how this works, okay? So we're gonna go over here, and we're gonna paste this in, okay? So pretty much how an agent team works is it creates subagents that are all able to talk to one another. So with typical subagents inside of Claude Code or Codeex, how it works, and I'll kind of just draw this up on the whiteboard, is you have subagents, and then you have a main agent, right? And they all talk to this main agent. So these are sub, these are all sub, and then you can look at this one as the orchestrator in the middle, okay? But how an agent team works is the line of communication with a team is different than just typical subagents, which you see here. What agent teams do is it actually allows the subagents to communicate with one another. So the chart goes from this to looking more like this. And this allows agent teams, all the agents are able to communicate with one another, not just the orchestrator, okay? So you can see here that Claude Code is now actually building out the team structure for this. And this is very, very interesting, okay? It's very, very interesting. So we can go over here now, and this is gonna get fixed. I want you to review in depth how Claude Code agent teams work, and we want to approach this in a similar way, but with one key differentiator. Once teams are created, users can actually enact teams the same way that they do with skills. Review our skill functionality and then create this new teams command and make it so that users are easily able to create teams. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Won't credits cost much more than using your own subscription in terms of token usage? Yeah, so John, that's a really good question. So one thing that you are talking about when you are implementing token usage is your margins will drop significantly, right? Like let's say that you have a $20 subscription. The thing is once you introduce credits that people can then exchange for API usage or token usage, then your margins drop significantly right now, right? So right now, BridgeMind margins are very good because we sell an end product that you can then bring your own subscription to, correct? Like with Bridge Code, right now I'm using GPT 5.4 inside of Bridge Code. If I go to models here, let me do a /models, and I'll show you guys how this works. So if I do /model here, we can look and you guys can see that I'm connected to OpenAI and OpenRouter inside of Bridge Code, okay? So if I click OpenAI, I actually am connected using my existing ChatGPT subscription. So I'm able to bring my own ChatGPT subscription and just use OpenAI, right? And this is one approach, and I think it's something that we can also debate, but the thing is if we wanna get BridgeMind from 6,600 in MRR, which is where we're currently at this morning, 79,000 ARR, and we wanna get it to like, let's say we wanna get it to, I mean, the goal by May 31st is 10,000, right? So we need about an 80%, improvement, and we need to increase MRR by 80%, which I know that we can do. But the thing is how do we turn this into 250,000 ARR? Well, we can get there by actually implementing higher plans that come with credits. And yes, we're gonna lose a little bit on the margins, but the thing is, in terms of revenue, in terms of putting BridgeMind on the map, making it so that users, it's not just end products, but having these plans actually comes with credits. Yeah, we'll lose a little bit on the margins, but the thing is that it'll bring in and drive much more revenue. So let's say instead of getting 100,000 in ARR, we get to 200,000 ARR, but that 200,000 ARR is gonna come at much reduced margins. But the thing is it's gonna put BridgeMind on the map because it completes this vibe coding ecosystem where with one subscription, you have access to all the tools that you need to be a vibe coder, and you also have the access to the credits, which is a big thing, okay? So let's do this so that it makes users easily able to create teams, and then they are able to do a /teams command and actually choose a team that they want to use for a particular prompt. Okay, so I'm actually gonna find the Claude Code Teams documentation because I think that this is gonna be really useful. So Here, I'll drop this in the chat here. And also, what's up to everybody over on Twitch? How's it going? Shout out to Marzilia, shout out to 3Ender, and shout out to Christifa. Shout out to you guys. So I'm using Codeex right now. So look at this. So we're gonna drop this in here. Yeah, this looks good. And then I am gonna drop in this. So this is the documentation that we'll need to do this. Let's see if this agent was actually able to fix that little like bug that we had with the UI. So basically what was happening is when I was launching bridge code. Ooh, okay, hold on. We need to fix the bridge code styling to make sure that when it launches initially that everything is centered in the terminal. Okay, we'll just make everything centered. You guys can see that right now this is fixed at the bottom. This looks much better, but still a decent amount of work there to do. ENIAC said, that's new to me. What's new to you? Michael said, you are the real man in the arena. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Let's go, guys. We all are. Let's go. Maik said, I wonder how he can still use up to 10 sub-agents without running into limits. I mean, I run into limits until a 1-2 hour in $20 with one agent. Well, I'm on the, with what plan, Maik? Yeah, call center for APIs. That's crazy. I recommend submitting an appeal at least. I'm gonna do it myself. Wait, who got banned? Did somebody get banned from that? Stinks. What am I building? So you guys can see, if you guys check out BridgeMind.ai, this is what we are building. We've built an entire vibe coding ecosystem. So for example, this here that you're looking at, this is bridge code. Okay, this is bridge code over here on the left. This is a vibe coding agent for the terminal. We also have Bridge Voice, which is a voice to text tool. This is the fastest, most efficient voice to text tool on the market. You guys can see here, I've used all the voice to text tools. I've used Aqua Voice, I've used Whisperflow. This one has pretty much near immediate transcription times on Mac. You have the option to be able to choose between local transcription and cloud transcription. So if you look at this, you can see, like here, I'll show you guys a demo of this, right? So I'll switch over to local transcription, okay? And this has immediate transcription times on a Mac, okay? Watch this. This is a brief demo of Bridge Voice to show that it has practically near immediate transcription times on a Mac. So you guys can see how fast it was able to transcribe that. But one caveat of local transcription is that it's not actually as accurate as some of these better models. So you guys see how it says bird's voice? Do you see this? That's what a dictionary is for. So with Bridge Voice, you have the ability to actually set a dictionary. So for example, you guys can see that it messed that up, right? So I'm able to go to the original term here, and let's say I can just say, okay, the original term was bird's voice. I'm not saying bird's voice, I'm saying bridge voice, right? So now if I add this term, so let's actually put this in here. So it's bridge voice, and let's try this again. This is a brief demo to show that bridge voice is accurate with dictionaries and has near immediate transcription times. So you can see that it actually got the bridge voice that time because it knew it's not bird's voice, it's bridge voice, right? So it was able to do that, and it has that near immediate transcription time. With cloud transcription is much more accurate. It has a little bit more latency, but it also has support for over 100 languages. Kevin's Mac, what's up? OX Mossy, what's up? OX Mossy, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Every voice to text tool has instant transcription. I don't know. I would say that with Whisperflow is much, much slower than Bridge Voice. And I say that from experience, okay? I want you to now show that cloud transcription with Bridge Voice is more accurate, but a little bit slower. So you guys can see it has a little bit more latency. So you can choose between the two, but this is one thing that's very much needed in your vibe coding workflow is a voice to text tool. The next product is the actual screen that you're looking at. This is BridgePace that you're looking at. This is another product that we've built. With BridgePace, you're able to literally just set up presets of terminal workspaces to be able to launch everything that you need. So I just launched 6 Claude instances inside of my BridgeMind workspace. Let's close this one. I also have the ability to create agent swarms. So here, let's build a swarm of 10 Codex agents. And this swarm is going to do a complete review of Bridge Voice and identify any issues or bugs in the code. So watch this, guys. So let's just go here, and then I'll CD into, let's go to a particular directory. Let's go to BridgeMind. Let's go to BridgeVoice. So I'm now going to launch an agent swarm using Codeex agents inside of BridgeVoice. But look at this. I can actually set it to whatever. So I have a coordinator, I have a builder, I have a scout, I have a reviewer, and I have 2 coordinators. And I can change these to anything I want. So I'll change this one to Claude. But let's say that I go here and I go next, 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 and I launch the swarm. It literally launches a swarm that's able to communicate across all of these builders, across all of these scouts, across all of these reviewers. If we go to terminals, we can actually see what's going on behind the scenes. You guys can see here that all of these agents are now running. Here's the 9 Codeex agents that are now all working together. And here's the Claude agent. This is a swarm. And I've actually built similar functionality into Bridge Code CLI, but this uses your existing Codeex subscription, your existing Claude Code subscription, all of that. Does Cloud also support dictionary? Yes, it does. But I'm going to close this because I actually don't want these to do anything yet. So I was just a quick demo for you guys. But yeah, so that's a really, really cool feature that a lot of people like. But let's go back over here and let's watch these. So this one here, did this one fix that styling issue that we had? Let's see. So let's close out of this here. Let's launch Bridge Code. And let's see what happens here. Okay, there we go. So now everything's centered. Let's see. Let's expand this a little bit. Okay, so Bridge Code. Vibe coding agent for the terminal. By the way, if you want to power up the default web fetch of the current agents, stuff that you can implement completely for free on Bridge Code, shoot me a DM. I'll send you more details. Okay, thank you. I will. Also, guys, just as a reminder, at 300 likes, I am going to be doing a cold plunge. We haven't done a cold plunge in a bit, so let's get there. Okay, so I do want to improve the styling a little bit here. Like, what is this here? I mean, this is like kind of redundant. I'm excited to test out the agent teams, but what's really cool about Bridge Code, and I built this last night off stream. The stream yesterday got cut off at the very end because the internet went out or something. I don't know what was going on. Just the internet was struggling. So I was like, okay, I'll grind off stream. But look at this. If I do Shift Tab, it can switch into swarm mode. So watch this. I want you to launch an agent swarm that is going to do an in-depth review of any security vulnerabilities in the application. And then I'm going to drop in the BridgeMind API, and I'm going to say, don't update any code, but do create a README file with all of your findings. Okay, so we're going to launch an agent swarm here, and this is what it looks like in Bridge Code. So pretty much, you guys are going to see here in a second what this looks like. We did put it in swarm mode. But what's cool is actually, hold on, we messed up the styling a little bit here. Hold on, okay, so here's all of the agents. So it just launched 10 agents that are all able to work together. And these agents are going to get names, they're going to be able to all work together, and you guys can see that they're actually all tasks on different parts of the code base. Battlefights asks, what about the sauna? I do the sauna, but the sauna is not as good on stream as the cold plunge. I think like I have to sit in there for a while, so I don't do that as much. Let's go check up. So this is the swarm. So if I have an existing Codeex subscription, could I still use it in BridgeMind after you add token credits? Yes, you could, yes. So we're going to definitely support ChatGPT OAuth, which just means that you're able to bring your existing OpenAI subscription to Bridge Code. And that's one thing that I think we're going to have to ask ourselves is, hey, do you want to see, like, let's take, for example, let's take that question of the new Max and Ultra subscriptions, right? Well, with the new Max and Ultra subscriptions, we're gonna give credits for those subscriptions, right? But the problem is that the margins are gonna go down by a lot. So we have a couple different options, right? We could make it so that, and you guys can see here, so this is the swarm. You guys can see one's doing auth review, one's validation review, data reviewer, storage reviewer, integrations reviewer, logging reviewer, API surface reviewer, dependency. So we're testing all of the different parts of this API that could potentially have security vulnerabilities, and each sub-agent is tasked with a different part of reviewing the code base in that way. So this is actually really cool and something that is obviously needed inside of a coding agent. David Lau said, how are you planning to make money off of what you're building? Quick thing with that is we're already making money. We're at $79,200 in ARR, and I'm gonna give you a quick breakdown of where all of this is coming from. I do this on every stream because there are so many influencers out there, so many people that are creating content online that are just completely like full of it, right? So I do wanna show you guys like just even a quick example, right? Look at this. So this is my current Stripe dashboard. Check this out. So this is the Stripe dashboard. Yesterday, I collected $1,248 in subscriptions. Today so far, we've made $135, okay? But the next thing I'm gonna show you is we're actually gonna go over to revenue, and I'm gonna show you guys what the revenue dashboard for BridgeMind looks like. So first of all, MRR for BridgeMind is at $5,448, okay? And ARR is at $65,385. So this is what it looks like for BridgeMind. But as you guys know, BridgeMind isn't the only product that we currently have on the market. Let's go over to, let's pull this up, and we're gonna pull up another window, but this time we're gonna go over to View Creator, and I'm gonna show you guys the View Creator ARR as well. So let me pull this up. I don't wanna share anything sensitive. Let's pull this up. Yep, perfect. All right, perfect. All right, check this out, chat. So here now is the stats for View Creator. So View Creator, the growth trajectory is not as good as BridgeMind, but you guys can see here that here is the ARR for View Creator. So $12,479 in ARR coming from View Creator, $65,385 coming from BridgeMind. Now, again, that's not it. We have another product that has been officially like launched silently, but the thing is because of the BridgeMind brand and because of basically the positioning that we have in the market, people literally have been going and signing up for Vibe Academy without me even pushing it. I put it like 2 videos out and people have already signed up. So we're up to $1,368 in ARR there. So this is really good. But like I said, I do this every stream so that you guys can actually see organically where all of this is coming from. So you have View Creator, you have Vibe Academy, and you have BridgeMind. BridgeMind is the main revenue driver right now, but if I just go to like overall here, if I just go to the overall main dashboard, what you guys can see is just in the same place here, we have the MRR right here. So this is the main MRR, 6,602. So this is across all of my Stripe accounts collectively, 6,602. So it's gone up 57% in the last month or last 4 weeks. So growth trajectory is good, but I think that with the launch of Bridge Code, it's gonna get a lot bigger. I think that Bridge Code CLI has tremendous potential, and we're gonna push this like really hard. But that's what everything looks like. Just wanted to give you guys a complete transparent breakdown so that you guys all know where the revenue is coming from. So if there's any haters in the chat, that you guys all know, hey, one of the biggest parts of this mission, it's to prove what's possible. I think that people like, they get it wrong. Like I've seen people that are like, oh, like, you know, here's the thing. If you guys go back to the My Vision video that's on my channel, you'll note that I'm doing this to prove what's possible. To prove that if you're consistent, that if you show up every day, that you can accomplish your dreams, you can accomplish your vision. And I'm here to prove that with vibe coding, you can actually build working production software that makes money. You know, I think that in the future, coding will be a thing of the past, and you know, we'll be past a lot of this. Okay, so let's go over here. There is a styling issue. So this one here, I'm gonna pull this up. This one did do the security review, but let's pull this up. We have a styling issue that was actually introduced by Codeex. It was this Codeex right here that caused the issue. Wait, where was it? It was, you now have introduced a styling issue. If you look over the logic of the styling, you will note that there is an issue with this now, because as soon as I enter a prompt, the header of Bridge Code is fixed at the very top, and then the footer where I actually enter the input is fixed at the bottom, which ends up leading to a bunch of blank space. I want you to review this and come up with a better approach that offers a better UI styling than the current implementation. Review this and update accordingly. All right, there we go. Can I code myself, or is it all vibe coding? So here's something that people should really understand and get their head around. Where did the music just go? Why did the music stop? Hold up. Music just stopped. Hold on, why did the music stop? All right. Hold on, chat. All right, there we go. We're back. All right, so like one thing that people need to understand is that coding is going away completely, okay? People are not going to be coding at all in 2 years, okay? I used to say 5 years, but I'm now going to move that timeline up. People get this weird connotation about vibe coding because it has a bad stereotype. People think that vibe coders don't know what's going on in their code base, that they have no idea how to actually code, or they've never built anything before in their life. But here's the truth of it. The AI models are actually getting better at coding than human beings. And in the future, the AI models that we will have are going to be better at coding than any human being on the planet. And what's going to happen is that it won't make any sense anymore for any human being to write any code. It will make more sense to just prompt AI models in a technical way to tell you what you want, and to have it do all of the work. And people get this weird concept. They get this weird thought about that, and they think it's like bad or something. And it's like, yeah, like this is the way that you code now. Like it's not like, oh, you know, we need to kill this stigma of that vibe coding is a bad thing. Like this is like having a calculator. I need you to do an in-depth review of this project and come back to me with a complete summary. All right, so let's see how this is functioning. So down here at the bottom, you guys can see that it does start to do this. It does a nice little tree here, which looks good. Let's launch another window as well. And again, this also is a BridgeMind product. This that we're working with right now. This is BridgePace. So let's do that /teams. So you guys can now see that teams, and this was getting worked on by this Codeex instance right here. So it does look like it's done. So if we go to teams now, it's probably gonna say no teams. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. So if we do /teams, okay, so you guys see how it says no teams found? Look at this. So this is actually a significant improvement from Claude Code, which is after Claude Code finishes teams, it doesn't save them. And the thing is I want to create reusable teams. Let's see if this actually works. I need you to create a new team of 5 agents that will be able to be my SEO expert team for BridgeMind. All right, and then I'm gonna drop in this project here, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna see, is this actually able to create an agent team that I can then reuse later on, okay? Okay, I don't like this. What is this? This is bad output here. Also, the scrolling can be really, really laggy. You guys see that? Like I'm trying to scroll down. It's almost like for some reason, while I'm scrolling, yeah, this scrolling functionality is terrible. I want you to note that the scrolling functionality inside of Bridge Code CLI is broken. Sometimes when I'm scrolling, it won't allow me to scroll down, and it'll just glitch out all over the place. I want you to review this functionality and pinpoint exactly the bug that I'm describing where I'm unable to scroll, figure out why this is happening, and then fix it. All right, so we're gonna see if we can fix this. Also, for anybody that's watching, welcome to BridgeMind. This is the home of the vibe coding movement. If you guys didn't know, so BridgeBench, which is the #1 vibe coding benchmark in the world that I've created, basically, let me pull up BridgeBench because I do want to talk to you guys and just make a quick announcement and talk about basically what we're experiencing right now. So this is BridgeBench. So what BridgeBench does is this is the #1 vibe coding benchmark in the world, because what it does is rather than just giving you one number and saying, oh, this is 80, it scores an 80% on the SweBench verified or whatever, right? And then you have models like Minimax, which are garbage models, Minimax M2.7, that get like 82 on the SweBench. I don't know how they're even getting that, but somehow these Chinese models, and I'll tell you one thing, the Chinese model companies, the frontier lab companies, they are paying off the AI benchmarking companies. The benchmarking companies that you guys see are getting paid by the AI companies, and I know this because some frontier labs from China have reached out to me. I'm not gonna say anything, but they've reached out about poor performances on BridgeBench and have basically asked, what can we do to get a better score? And they've offered me money. So I want you guys to know this, and for you guys to understand that this is what's happening, okay? So what BridgeBench does is BridgeBench has a bunch of different categories that actually test these models in different ways. So for example, reasoning, hallucination, refactoring, security, UI, because each model, speed, debugging, each model is good at different things. And people need to know that. So what I want to show you guys is that if we go over to, where even is it? Let's go over to, yeah, check this out. So Elon Musk yesterday, so he actually posted, he reposted BridgeBench. Let me see if I can find this here. So if we go over to BridgeBench here, I'm gonna go log into my BridgeBench account on X. Jeff Knoll, thank you, man. All right, so look at this, guys. So if we go over here, I want to show you guys this because, hey, this is part of the journey, right? Like, you guys are watching the journey. Look at this. This was yesterday. So Doge Designer, who has 1.8 million followers, he reposted BridgeBench yesterday, and the post has 6.9 million views. 6.9 million views. Grok 4.2 Reasoning just took the #1 spot on the BridgeBench Reasoning benchmark, beating GPT 5.4, Claude Opus 4.6, Google Gemini, and others. Week after week, Grok keeps climbing the leaderboards. 6.9 million views. BridgeBench. And this is part of the journey. You guys, I want to share this with you guys because this journey is all about proving what's possible. And if we go over to quotes, look who reposted this. Elon Musk. So, you know, for everybody that is saying that hates on me, that says AI slop, that, you know, has doubted me along the way, I'm here to prove you wrong, and I'm here to prove what's possible for the people that are in the arena with me, that are the men in the arena that show up every day and give it their best. And some days will be better than others. Sometimes you'll go through different difficult circumstances. Sometimes things will get hard. But the thing is, if you show up and you give it your best, you will succeed. And I'm sharing this with you authentically and organically because this is what I'm experiencing. I started this channel with 0 subscribers. I started vibe coding every day 164 days ago, and here's where we're at. We're starting to see significant progress. Elon Musk is reposting our benchmark, and I'm not saying this from an egotistical way or an arrogant way. I'm here to just matter-of-factly show people that this is what's possible. Okay, and yeah, people hate on me. There's two sides of the spectrum. There's people that are really inspired, that really like, you know, BridgeMind, everything that I do, and there's people that hate it, right? But here's what I want to be. I want to be the person that just shows up and gives it their best and lets the chips fall where they fall. And I think that you guys should do the same because that's what it's all about. But yeah, Elon Musk reposted BridgeBench yesterday, 6.9 million views. So we're gonna keep going, guys. All right. So this is gonna fix this scroll issue that we're having with bridge code. Let's go over here. So this here, that's fine. Okay, look at this. So this is the team that it created. So let's see this here. So this one just created a team. So now if I do /team, let's see what happens. Okay, it still says no teams found. It said that it created a 5-agent SEO team. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. So I'm just gonna paste this entire thing into that Codeex instance, because this is obviously, like, this is feedback, right? And I'm just gonna say, I asked Bridge Code to create an agent team, and look what happened. It didn't actually create a team inside of the correct directory. Would you review this in depth and note that we need to fix this? Launch subagents to review this conversation, identified what happened, and then update it respectively so that this does work. Okay, we also, I don't think that I can paste images in. Let's see if I can paste images in. All right, let's go. So I don't think I can paste images in yet. Let's see. I'm just gonna do a random image. Okay, would you do a review of this image? What can you see? Let's see if it can, I don't think it can see images yet. I don't know if we've hooked that up or not. Kimmy K2.6 code preview is out, is it? Is it out in OpenRouter? Let's see. All right, let's see this here. Is it out in OpenRouter? No, it's not out in OpenRouter yet. We're waiting for the OpenRouter launch. Sorry, I don't know. I'm gonna butcher your name, sorry. All right. All right. Oh, wow, so it actually can see it. Yeah, you guys see this? So it actually can see, so it does have the ability to see images, so never mind. That actually already does work. Perfect. Okay, let's launch a new Codeex instance here. And we're gonna add BridgeMind API. We're gonna add the BridgeMind UI. and we're gonna add the BridgeMind database. I want you to note that we are considering adding 2 new plans, a max plan and an ultra plan. These plans will come with credits so that users can actually use their plans to be able to code with BridgeMind. These plans will be $100 and $200 per month respectively. Okay, all right, I'm gonna drop this one in and then I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, also something that I just started doing is, if you guys see this, This is electrolytes. I've started like trying to do things that are gonna be healthy for me, that are like natural things that I can do. Supplements like electrolytes are one of those. So this is electrolytes. This will help you stay hydrated. But you know, there's all these things that you can do to just like make it so that you can stay in the arena for longer. We are gonna, if I go back to today's goals, this is what we're doing, by the way, guys. So we're gonna do a 5-hour stream today. The biggest goal that we have is I would like to actually figure out the authentication system for bridge code, and then actually get this working so that we're able to download bridge code on the machine, and then be able to figure out the authentication system for this, because we're not gonna open source bridge code, okay? That could change, but my initial approach is probably not going to open source this. That's because when you open source, it kind of becomes like a marketing play, and that can be good for some things. We'll just see what this looks like with the initial release, but I don't think I'm gonna open source this. I want it so that it's a downloadable NPM package that you have to authenticate to get into and use, and then it'll be paired with your BridgeMind subscription. So we'll cover that a little bit more. All right, wasn't bridge code a UI? When did you pivot to a TUI? So there's two things with bridge code. There's a UI, and then there is a TUI. So bridge code, there's a bridge code IDE, and then there's a bridge code CLI, okay? So I can show that to you. As you guys know, we basically have a UI for bridge code, and then we also have an agent that works in the terminal. And that's the approach that we're taking with this, is that we have both. But I think that to start here, I do believe that, okay, hold on, do you guys see this? So it actually ran these tests. It ran a test suite here. So it actually made updates, and then it ran the test suite, and then it ran, but it showed too much of this. So if we look at this, I want you to review this screenshot and note that it's showing way too much content in the terminal. Fix this, review why it's showing all of this at once, and make it so that the UI is better and not so messy. Jeff Knoll said, if you're gonna come here just to gaslight people, you'll get timed out. I'm always for a clean discussion, even when it's against vibe coding, but there's a way to do it respectfully. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Do you think Opus 4.7 is going to be good? Another question that's been on my mind is, what's the purpose of using many terminals for vibe coding at once? Never actually understood the purpose. So that's actually a great question. So with vibe coding, with agentic coding in general, you're able to do a bunch of different things at once. And something that makes people good at vibe coding is being able to manage a ton of different agents at once. So for example, this one was working on the teams. This one's working on that subscriptions logic. And then this one right now is working on this UI issue with the output here. So this one, we're now gonna be able to test, and this one's working, right? So this one's working on a task, and this one now is done. And part of vibe coding is that you're able to accomplish and get a ton of stuff done at the same time. So let's see now, let's actually restart bridge code, because this is gonna be testing out the team functionality. I want you to create a new agent team that is an expert at finding security vulnerabilities in the BridgeMind API. Review the BridgeMind API, and then create the agent team, which will have 5 members on the team to be able to help identify security vulnerabilities. Okay, so we're gonna input this now. All right, we're gonna enter this. and we're gonna see what happens. So as you guys know, you can now do a teams, and you can actually see the teams. Okay, so let me do one thing just briefly here. I'm actually going to, I went, looks like a mile here. So let's close this down. We're gonna stop, and I'll move this back. Okay. All right, and then we'll focus in a little bit more. All right, Blackwell, good morning, how's it going? What voice app am I using? So I use BridgeVoice, so you can see BridgeVoice. BridgeVoice is one of the best voice-to-text tools on the market. You guys can see I've spoken 129,000 words into BridgeVoice. It's a phenomenal tool. This is the tool that I use to vibe code. But guys, like, here's the thing. Is like, if you get in the arena, if you stay in the arena, if you show up every day and you become a good vibe coder, like, vibe coding is the future of software development. You're not going to be having any manual programmers within 2 years. The models are going to be so good that everyone is going to be vibe coding. Everyone is going to be using AI to code because AI is going to be better than any human being programmer on the planet. So it won't make sense to be coding manually. And it's like, I try and tell people this, right? I try and share like, hey, this is what I've seen, right? This is what it's capable of. This is what I've accomplished through vibe coding. And then people, like, they look at vibe coding and there's this weird stigma on it about all these different things. And I get a bunch of hate because I'm a vibe coder. But I'm like, do you guys not see what I'm seeing? Were you guys not around for the GPT-4o launch? Were you guys not around for the O1 launch? Were you guys not around for the Opus 4.5 launch? Like, the next iterations are gonna be huge. And you guys need to know that this is coming, is there will be a day where AI is better off the bat, as better than any human being programmer on the planet. Okay, so we're gonna do this here. So I'm gonna copy all this once again. Okay, it looks like this one is not doing a good job. Let's pull up Cursor. Let's pull up Cursor real quick. So as you guys know, I have $14,000 in Cursor credits. So let's drop this in here. We're gonna do BridgeMind CLI. I need you to do a deep dive with 5 sub-agents that will gain a complete understanding on the scrolling functionality of the BridgeMind CLI. Hold on, this is BridgeCode CLI. There is an issue, there's a bug in the scrolling functionality. I am unable to scroll in the terminal user interface, identify what is causing this and fix it. All right, so we're gonna launch 5 sub-agents. These are Opus 4.6 sub-agents. Let's launch another instance here, same thing, but this time we're gonna drop in the BridgeCode CLI, and then we're gonna pull up BridgePace. We're going to look at what the result was here, and note that this one was not able to create the team. So we're gonna drop this in. I want you to do an in-depth review of this conversation. Note that I wanted to create a new agent team inside of BridgeCode, but it did not properly create the team. You can review the output as reference here and then identify what is going wrong with agent team creation. It seems like it's not putting it in the correct directory with BridgeCode. Would you do an in-depth review with 5 sub-agents and identify what's causing it and then fix it so it is a working implementation? Skills is working perfectly as intended. I need you to build similar functionality into teams so that teams are able to be created. Okay, so we're gonna launch this. This is gonna be with 5 sub-agents here, and that should do good. We're gonna use Cursor for a little bit. Also, over on Twitch, Simo YD said thoughts on Opus versus Codeex. So here's the thing. With Codeex now, in my opinion, is actually probably at the point where, hey, with Opus 4.6 getting, for whatever reason, it's getting worse, okay? We've seen this. Everybody's talking about it. It's a fact at this point. Opus 4.6 is getting worse. It has dropped significantly on the BridgeBench hallucination benchmark, and that's what we're seeing. No, yeah, see, so this is the thing, guys. People like this, and I literally say this in the most, like, respectful way, okay? But Mr. Doge Boy over on YouTube said, can't make anything yourself, so you just slave AI. So this is the type of thinking that we need to get behind. Like, we need to get behind this, okay? Because, guys, like, I'm not here to, like, to not win, right? Like, I'm here to win, and I'm here to show you guys what's possible with AI and to show you these workflows and to tell you guys what is coming, because I've been in this space now for over 3 years. I was vibe coding with ChatGPT 3.5, okay? Using ChatGPT to copy and paste code from VS Code to ChatGPT, from ChatGPT to VS Code, right? I've been building working software with AI for over 3 years. And what people need to understand is that the growth rate and the trajectory of this space is absolutely off the charts. So I'm trying to help you guys understand that this is the way things are headed, and we have to break the stigma of that being like vibe coding being some like horrible thing, because it's not. Like, this is the way that things are headed. So let's get behind this and let's actually start to, you know, actually get this, you know, let's start to get a little bit more of an appropriate headspace with this, because this is the future. Okay, no top-based database directory. Okay, great work. We now need to generate the migrations and run the migrations and make sure that this is fully completed and that we did not introduce any breaking changes. Okay. Freedom Deo, thank you for following over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, I will be interested when bigger people like Prime Again and Theo start to pick up BridgeMind. It seems to me like, I don't know why they're ignoring what's going on, why they're ignoring the vibe coding movement. It seems to me like they're just following the hype and not paying any attention to BridgeMind, but that will change at some point. Will pop up on their radar. So if anybody is, you know, a part of their communities, you know, they really need to start to draw some awareness and some attention to BridgeMind, because this is the home of the vibe coding movement. So I don't know what they're doing. All right, let's check this out here. All right, chat. Let's do a giveaway. Let's do a giveaway. We do this every stream. I'm gonna pull up Nightbot here, and we're gonna do a giveaway over the next. This is gonna be a $25 Bitcoin giveaway on the YouTube chat. So this giveaway is gonna go to active chatters. So anybody that's active in the chat over the next 15 minutes is going to get $25 Bitcoin. So let's go here, here. So 15 minutes, let's start the timer. I need you to start a 15-minute timer. All right, and let's click done. All right, so currently there's only 9 people that are eligible for the giveaway, but over the next 15 minutes, anybody that's active in the chat is gonna be eligible. So, all right, let's pull up Cursor here. This looks good. Sorting this. So these agents are working, and I do like Cursor. The thing about Cursor is that it is expensive, right? So with Cursor, it's expensive, but it does a pretty decent job. But if you guys are trying to decide between Claude Code or Codeex or Cursor, honestly, like, I'm gonna start to suggest Codeex, to be honest. Like, until we do get a new model, it just doesn't really make any sense to use anything like it doesn't really make much sense to use Cursor unless you have a bunch of credits for it. Okay. Okay. Also, guys, you don't need to spam the chat, by the way. All right, let's see here. All right, so check this out. I want to show you guys a really, really cool feature that I built into Bridge Code. So right now we're building out teams, and we're fixing some minor bugs here. But let's click escape. Okay, this needs to be fixed. You guys see how this, like, there's this huge white space here? Like, this here needs to be fixed. You guys see this? Okay, so let's open up this. Let's drop this in. Whoa. Okay. I need you to do an in-depth review of the Bridge Code CLI with 10 deep dive subagents that will review the UI. Note that for some reason there are areas where there is blank space when after I submit a prompt, the input is fixed to the bottom, and then that Bridge Code styling and ANSI header Bridge Code is actually fixed to the top. So when I initially enter a prompt, it just looks weird. It's not very good UI. I need you to launch these subagents and help me improve the UI of this and fix this issue. Actually, let's only launch 3 subagents. We don't need 10. All right, so we're gonna launch 3. We don't need 10. 10's a little bit overkill. Also, like, I mean, literally last week I spent $3,000 on Cursor because Cursor is so expensive. Oh, also, look who it is, Super Combo. All right, what's Super Combo say? Double it? All right, chat. All right, shout out to Super Combo. All right, so guys, listen to this. So Super Combo just donated $50 in the chat. So W Super Combo. So we got 12 minutes left on this giveaway. So we're now going to double W Super Combo in the chat. We're going to double the giveaway. It's going to be a $50 Bitcoin giveaway. Shout out to Super Combo in the chat. People that are entered into the giveaway, all you have to do is chat in the chat. Right now, there's 74 users that are eligible for the giveaway, now 76. You guys don't need to spam. You just need to be active. Also, to redeem the giveaway, you do have to be in the BridgeMind Discord community. Right now, we have 8,137 members in the BridgeMind Discord community. This is the home of the vibe coding movement. For anybody that would say otherwise, I don't even know. There's literally no other vibe coding community that's as big as the BridgeMind coding community at this point. This is the biggest vibe coding community on the internet. But I will show you guys one really cool thing that once these updates are finished with Bridge Code, so you can literally launch a swarm inside of the Bridge Code CLI. So you can see that it launches all of these sub-agents, the swarm of sub-agents. Right now, just for the meme of it, I made it all like tech CEOs, but you can turn on this swarm mode, right? I post this on X, and you're able to launch a swarm of sub-agents that are going to be able to work on the task. So I just said do an in-depth review of BridgeMind API and identify any security vulnerabilities, and it's able to launch all of these sub-agents with different tasks, right? So this is swarm mode, and this is going to be shipping on Wednesday. So right now we are in a sprint to get this shipped out. So very, very cool thing that we're working on here. So let's see this. So it looks like this. So it said the conversation shows the agent, so new changes made. So, okay, there's now a new tool. So perfect, a model. Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is the changes that are made. You guys can pause the stream if you want to read this, but this is how we're building this agent teams mode. Okay, so let's X out of this, and we're going to do bridge code here, and we'll see if this now works. I need you to help me create a new agent team that is an expert at SEO that will assist in the BridgeMind UI directory. This team will have best practice SEO and be able to help me with the SEO of the project, do a complete review of the project, and then help me build the team. One of them should have keywords and a list of keywords that should be used across the project, and it also should be able to use best practices, for example, lengths, headers, etc. Okay, that wasn't the best prompt, but we'll go with it. It's not that big of a deal. We're just testing if it's able to actually create this team. So I don't like the UI here. We're definitely going to need to improve this. Is this personal or for a client? So anybody that's new around here, I already showed the Stripe dashboard earlier in the stream, but right now, BridgeMind as a brand is at 79,000 in ARR, okay? And yesterday, for example, we collected over $1,200 in subscription and subscription revenue just from BridgeMind. And big shout out to everyone. So far, we've made $135 today. But yeah, I mean, this is... for example, this is just like a quick view. So $135 today. Yesterday, we made $1,248. I'm going to get $1,480 in payouts tomorrow from my Stripe dashboard. So this is going really well. So for anybody that is in the chat, I show this every stream. There's a ton of influencers out there. One of them being, for example, Alex Finn, that basically says that he has a $300,000 SaaS, but in all reality, he doesn't. I've never seen any proof or evidence of this $300,000 SaaS. It's because it's a complete lie. Anybody that is actually true in the space is going to be very upfront and very transparent about their revenue. And that's what BridgeMind does, because the integrity of this mission is the most important factor of this mission, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to prove what's possible. The AI cost is bigger than your income, isn't it? No, it is not. Literally, the AI expenses are $1,000 a month, okay? And the thing is the ARR that you guys see is actually not all the money that BridgeMind makes, okay? Like, for example, I make a lot more money than the ARR amount, okay? And it comes from different places, okay? It comes from partnerships, it comes from sponsorships, it comes from all these different places. But what you guys need to understand is that, this is legit. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to prove what's possible. Is the DGX Spark actually good? So I do have, actually, I won't make that announcement yet, but I do have a couple things to say about the DGX Spark. I don't think that one DGX Spark is gonna be enough. I think we're gonna need to get 2. Okay, so let's so right now I'm connected to OpenAI, I have GPT 5.4. Let's now do Teams, and still no Teams here. And we still have this error here. All right, this one's gonna fix that though. But it looks like, okay, hold on here, chat. That looks like it didn't work. let's close out of this, and let's just launch Bridge Code again, and just say, I want you to create an agent team that is skilled at commenting. Create an agent team for BridgeMind UI that will be a commenting team. So we're gonna do something very, very simple here. So BridgeMind UI. Also, guys, just as a quick reminder, we are doing a $50 giveaway right now to anybody in the YouTube chat that is active and engaged in the chat. So we have 7 minutes left. If you want to enter the giveaway, $50 Bitcoin, literally just make a comment in the YouTube chat and you'll be entered automatically. Bigger open source models incoming, 100%. Yeah, 100%. I think Kimi K 2.6 came out as well. Okay, so this is going to be perfect. So you guys can see that I was able to invoke that tool. So you can see here the API vulnerability squad. You can see this here. You can also see the UI SEO squad. So you guys can see that it's listing out the teams, but look at this, chat. I think this is the bug. Yes, okay, this is the bug. So look at this. So it says that there's teams, right? So you guys see this? So it says that there's teams, but then it's saying no teams found when I do a /teams command. So I'm gonna use CleanShot X, and this is actually a phenomenal strategy for anybody that's interested in this. To be able to add in better context to your agents is to be able to use a screenshotting tool that you're able to kind of just do like red highlights around. I want you to review this in depth, review the screenshots, and note that it does look like the teams are being created, but for some reason when I do a /teams, it's saying no teams found. Why is this happening? I need you to fix this now. All right, so we'll fix that immediately. All right. All right, let's go. GLM is the future of open source. Yeah, GLM should be the new king. Yeah, so it does look that way. It literally looks like GLM 5.1. They were saying that you can run it on a 512, wait, no, was it a 256 gigabyte? GLM 5.0 run. What specs do I need to run this model locally? How much does the DGX Spark cost? It costs $5,000. All right, so let's look at this. So GLM 5.1 Spark, how much does it cost? How much do you need? How much do you need to actually run this locally? What? Okay, no. Okay, look at this, chat. So this is at least what you guys can look at this, and you guys can let me know what you guys think of this. But look at this. Running GLM 5.1 locally requires enterprise-grade hardware, not consumer PCs. Due to its 754 billion parameters, to run the highly quantized model, you need at least 80 gigabytes of VRAM plus 125 gigabytes of RAM, or 512 gigabytes plus of RAM. Essentially tools like Llama CPP or VLM to manage memory and model loading. Hung said DGX Spark is about $5,000, 2 would cost 10, and probably Quen is the best model you could run. Yeah, so I do have an announcement coming shortly about that. I'm not going to make it yet. Should make a screenshot tool in BridgeMind. Honestly, I'm happy with CleanShot X right now. Potentially, eventually, but I don't know. Also, guys, right now there is 388 people watching the stream. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, I'm doing a cold plunge at 300 likes. And right now we are building out the suite of vibe coding tools on BridgeMind.ai. Yesterday we got a retweet from Elon Musk, which was chill. Shout out Elon Musk. But here, Build the Future, you guys can go check out the pricing. This is where about 80% of the ARR that you do see on the stream comes from. It's actually like really, really good. And I highly suggest that you get a BridgeMind subscription. If you don't already have one, you get access to BridgePace, you get access to Bridge Voice, you get access to Bridge Code, which is going to release next week. So there's just a lot happening right now at BridgeMind, and it's a really, really exciting time. All right, so this is gonna fix. So let's see. But yeah, hold on. I'm getting a call. Oh, I can't take this right now, chat. All right. No, I'm not. I can't take this right now. All right, so let's see if this actually works now. So if we go to BridgePace and let's restart Bridge Code. Let's go to Bridge Code. This should work now. Let's see, Teams. There it is. So check this out, guys. We did get it working. So now you can see that this, for example, this is a 5-member SEO team for reviewing and improving BridgeMind. So you can literally drop that in with your prompt. And this is now going to be an agent team that's going to be able to improve SEO. I want you to do an in-depth review with this team and give me a list of your findings of how we could improve SEO. So yeah, so this is going to be pretty good. So let's test this out. Oh my gosh. All right, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm literally getting interrupted midstream right now. I'm really sorry. Hold on, I'm gonna need to mute my mic real quick. Hold on. Sorry about that. All right, hold on. I'll be back, guys. Hello, this is Matthew. Hey, Elon, how's it going? Yeah, congrats on Grok 4.2. I mean, yeah, it's at the top of the hallucination benchmark, the reasoning benchmark, and speed benchmark. I mean, honestly, I've been really impressed. So I appreciate you for retweeting BridgeBench, because you know what, we're trying to build the #1 vibe coding benchmark in the world, and you know, you retweeting that, you know, with the 6.9 million views, it really does help. So I appreciate that. Oh, how am I liking the new studio? Yeah, I really appreciated the 400 racks that you sent over, because I was able to improve the studio. The BridgeMind HQ is looking really good, but right now it's looking really good. Yeah. No, I'm on stream right now. No, they can't hear me or see me, so it's all good. Don't worry about it. But I can probably talk to you after the stream, maybe a little bit later if you want to give me a call around the time that I'm ending the stream. We can talk then. But yeah, I really appreciate everything that you did yesterday, because yeah, I mean, BridgeBench is becoming the #1 vibe coding benchmark in the world. Bridge Code's launching next week, so lots of exciting stuff is happening. You want to invest? Okay. All right, let's talk about it after the stream. I got to get back to the stream. Yeah, I got to get back, but let's talk after the stream. All right, sounds good. I'll talk to you later, Elon. See ya. All right, guys, I'm back. What's up? Sorry about that. Had to mute my mic. I was talking to my ex-wife. You know, I will just say this. You know, I tried to not. I blocked her, but she's using a new phone number. I don't even know. It's just weird, but we won't talk about that. But yeah, you guys know sometimes she gives me a call, but we won't talk about it too much. But yeah, it's just kind of annoying. But all right, guys, here's this agent team that's working right now, and we do have. It looks like, oh, look at this chat. All right, the timer is up for the giveaway. So this is for the $50 BridgeMind giveaway. Let's. This is the Bitcoin giveaway here. Let's pull this up. So 138 members are currently eligible for this giveaway. And let's do this. So let's choose a winner. You guys have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Choose a winner. Oh my goodness, CO Giso, you've just won the $50 Bitcoin giveaway. Do you have anything to say to the stream? Hey, all right, let's go. Everybody, WCO in the chat. WCO in the chat. Congrats, man. Congrats. All right, this is the winner of the $50 Bitcoin giveaway. Shout out to you. Also, W Super Combo in the chat as well, because he actually was the one that funded this giveaway. He dropped a 50 bomb in the chat himself. So shout out to him. Let's go. This is the winner of the $50 Bitcoin giveaway. Please send me a screenshot of your YouTube channel and send me a DM of your Bitcoin wallet, and I will send you the Bitcoin as soon as I can. Okay, perfect. Sent with Bridge Voice. Let's go. All right, so this is now working very well. I am having issues with the scrolling functionality, but this is working very well. So this was the agent team. You guys saw it literally just enacted the agent team. These are all the findings that it had. So this is working very, very well. Let's pull up Cursor here, because Cursor wasn't able to fix this. Did this? I still am unable to scroll. This did not fix our issue. All right, let's just double check here. We'll double check and see. We'll see here. So let's do bridge code again, and let's do this. So I really like these teams. So you can do a /team, and then let's just do the SEO squad again. Do a review of the SEO of the site and identify any improvements that can be made. And then, for example, we'll just drop in BridgeMind UI for reference and see what comes up with. Okay, again, yeah, it's the styling. I'm just not really a big fan of it. So, all right, cool. Yeah, it was $50. Also, Freedom said, keep it up, boss. Love your stream. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Freedom said, You want to know what's the next huge AI curve? AI can predict heart attacks before they happen, like a week or two prior, even car accidents. Like you get a text message, you're going to have a car wreck on this road at this time. Or I don't know about that. I don't know if that, but that's a good speculation. I don't know about that. Predicting the future. Yeah, $50, yeah. But yeah, so you guys can see, so this is a team, okay? And this is a really cool feature that we're building into Bridge Code, which is you can build a team, okay? And with teams are something that have been put into Claude Code, but I'm not a big fan of the teams in Claude Code because after a team is created, there's no good way to be able to actually like re-enable that team. And I don't like that. All right. Minimax says their models are training autonomously. Is that true? That's crazy. Is this built on top of Claude Code or using the Claude SDK? It is not. So this is actually a complete custom creation from scratch. So this is not forked. This is not forking anything. This is not integrating the Claude SDK. The harness that you see and everything that you see about this is completely customized and built by myself, okay? So you guys have seen this start to, and it's gonna get better and better. Next week, we're going to launch this. And is this still not, I literally can't scroll. And obviously that's an issue with, yeah, this is an issue. So, and guys, this is what I'm saying, is that Claude Code, I'm using Claude Opus 4.6, right? I'm using Claude Opus 4.6 in Cursor. It said bugs found, it found all these, right? But it didn't actually fix it. So let's test this. I think this is going to be a phenomenal way to be able to test this. Let's switch over to GPT 5.4 High Fast. Do another in-depth review. I literally am unable to scroll when I'm inside of the Bridge Code terminal. I can't scroll up or down. Try this again. Look even deeper and find what is causing this and fix it. So let's see this again, because obviously there's a big issue with this, right? Opus 4.6 has totally been nerfed. We've seen it happen again and again. And like, yeah, at the end of the day, this is not working. Like, Opus 4.6 has been nerfed. It used to be able to be like, do so much more than it does now. It's very, very disappointing to see that. Are you going to try to get Bridge Code to a point where you don't use Claude anymore? Yeah, so like with everything that I do, right, with BridgePace, with all these products that I'm building, you know, I'm building products that I use myself, right? And anything that I build, I'm gonna make it so that it's so good that I don't have to use any other tool, right? Now, with Claude Code, for example, right now, I don't know who is enjoying using Claude Code with the model nerfing and the rate limiting and the 500 errors and the 429 errors and the 401 errors and it just like going down. It was down for 48 minutes yesterday. Who likes that, right? Like, nobody likes that. So to see Claude doing that, it really makes you wonder, hey, is OpenAI about to have a comeback? Probably, to be honest with you. They're probably going to have a comeback here because Anthropic can't get it together. Speaking of which, I did put a post out on X this morning. I want to draw your attention to this. So, oh wow, it looks like, just speaking of which, ChatGPT is now back at the front now. That's interesting. That's interesting. So speaking of which, it's like Elon read my mind. But this guy has really been hyping up the Strawberry Man here. He's been hyping up the fact that it's release day today. Look at what he said today. He said, "Happy release day, one and all. This will go down as the most monumentous day in human history." Is this guy full of it? Is this guy full of it, chat? I don't know. How can I use BridgeMind multiple agents to speed up coding for my deterministic CAD workflow? I'm completely lost on how I can use multiple agents. You'll get the workflow down, but I mean, you're seeing it, right? Where, hey, you are able to use multiple agents at once here. But for example, like, I'll even show you guys this. So I do think that the Claude Opus 4.7 launch is imminent. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be Wednesday. Sorry, tomorrow is Wednesday. Sorry, when you're working 16 hours a day, you kind of forget what day it is. You forget what time it is. But you know, we'll work with that. All right, so this is the bug analyzer. So you guys do see GPT 5.4 does work a lot slower, but the thing is, if it finds it on the first try, then Jeff Knoll said he's known to be right or wrong about 50% of the time, to be honest. Okay, good to know. Claude Code CLI is a harness and can be used with GLM 5.1 and any open router models. Yeah, but it doesn't really, not really like well, right? And I think that that's like one thing is they want you using their models. Like one thing that I'll show you guys in Bridge Code, which is really cool, is just the UI of Bridge Code so far. I really do like. Like here I can just switch to whatever model I want: OpenAI, OpenRouter, Anthropic, Google, Fireworks, Grok, Cerebras, Mistral, XAI, Together, Deep Infra. I mean, speaking of which, I mean, we can try coding with Grok 4.2 right now. Hold on, Grok 4.2 reasoning. So literally look at this. So I can go here. It launches me into this. I'm gonna grab an API key real quick and we'll try Grok 4.2 reasoning on just right now. So I'm just gonna say Bridge Code. So we're gonna use Grok 4.2 reasoning inside of Bridge Code. And I have to be careful to not show this on stream. Hold on, I don't want to share my my API key on stream. So just give me a second here. All right, cool. I did just paste my XAI key in. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Okay, we're good. All right, so I did just paste this in. So now I'm connected to Grok 4.2 reasoning. And for example, how good does this work? Because this is doing very well on the BridgeBench. I want you to do an in-depth review of this project and come back to me with recommendations. All right, so let's see what XAI is able to do here. All right, it said failed after 3 attempts. What's up with this? So am I out of credits or something? Oh, it says that it's initializing the key right now. Okay, we'll give it a second here then. Wait, no, now it's done. Hold on here. Hello. Do you guys like the, look at the cooking locked in? Okay, it's still failing. Failed after 3 attempts. Let's see what's happening here. Okay. I'm gonna close this. Okay, what happened to the hype music? This is oh, hold on. Guys, I've got something to admit, all right? I sometimes listen what it feels like to be hopeless, okay? Let's get this off, right? We don't want that music on here. That's the behind the scenes music, okay? I'm just kidding. I'm not hopeless. But sometimes that music's chill. Okay, let's go here and let's drop this in. Would you review the logs and figure out why this is happening? Make sure that you do not reveal my API key, but pinpoint exactly what is causing this to have an internal server error with connection to Grok. And then this is Bridge Code CLI. We're gonna drop this in. Bridge Code CLI. All right, perfect. All right, don't want to reveal that. All right, let's pull up that cursor instance again. So guys, even again, like, do you guys see how slow GPT 5.4 is? That's the one trade-off of using GPT models, is that they are just so slow. They're so slow. So let that work. Let's drop a 50. Let's move the desk up. Let's drop a 50 bomb. Let's get the energy back. Also, how many likes are we at, chat? Are we getting close to a cold plunge? Where are we at? Let's do a quick check. We're currently at only 211 likes. Guys, what is up with that? What is up with that? 211 likes. We've got 306 people watching. That means we've got about 100 people in the chat that haven't even liked the stream yet. All right, let's knock out. All right, for those of you that haven't already liked the stream, this 50 bomb's for you. I hope I can win over your likes and your subscriptions with a 50 bomb right now. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Do I like the new cursor over the old? I do, yes. Okay, it said that it found the smoking gun. I found the smoking gun. All right, we'll see, we'll see. So GPT took a little bit longer. But is it better? We'll see. Let's go. Bridge Code is going to be much better than Open Code and Claude Code. Okay, so check this out. This is one thing that we're working on, which I think is really sick. Watch this. So check this out. Now in Bridge Code, we just built this in, but now you have the ability to create agent teams and to actually add them to particular prompts. So look at this. So I have a UI commenting squad, an API security vulnerability squad, I have an SEO squad, and I can literally just select one of these, and now it's paired with my prompt. So now, I want you to do an in-depth review and help me identify improvements that we can make to our SEO. So look at this. Now I drop this in. Boom. Watch this. And one thing too, is that just as a reminder for everybody that's out there that is building your own SaaS, that's building your own projects, and hold on, it looks like we actually did, oh, hold on, we have to switch the model real quick, don't we? All right, let me go back to OpenAI because we have a problem with the XAI provider. We'll fix that in a second. All right, so let's now drop this back in. And then we'll do team. Perfect. All right, so now watch this. So it's gonna be able to launch that agent team. And this is something that I wish was in Claude Code, where they do have agent teams, but the ability to actually create a team and then be able to access that team and literally go back to that team and reference that team is incredible, right? And I'm using the principles that I've learned over the last 3.5 years with vibe coding to now be able to create products that are meaningful for people, okay? What's the name of the song? So all the music that you create, if you guys didn't know this, I am an artist. Not only am I a vibe coder, but I actually work really, really hard behind the scenes because I am a music creator. I create music, and you know, I put a lot of time into creating songs, creating music. You know, I actually like one thing. You may not know this about me, but I'm actually a musician. I'm an artist. You know, so you guys can go check it out, Bridge Music, you know, and like, here's one thing is like, when I enter that 3-word prompt into Suno to create inspirational tech music, you know, I just want you guys to know that I work very, very hard to create this music that you guys listen to on the stream. And, you know, make sure that you support me because, you know, I'm an artist as much as I am a vibe coder, you know, and I'm a music artist. What else can I say? You know, I'm a music artist, chat. Let's go. Check out Bridge Music. All right, so you guys can see this agent teams. We have a technical SEO architect. We have a content structure editor. We have a keyword strategy lead. We have a SERP metadata optimizer, and we have an SEO audit operator, okay? How many active monthly users do you have right now? So right now we have over 6,000. So it's grown quite substantially. It's just like, right now, if you guys see the MRR screenshots that I share daily in the Discord, and I even share them on stream too. Like, here's the thing, is the MRR, if you stay in the arena, it will tick up, right? Like, it'll go up and down, but for the most part, right now, it's just been ticking up consistently, and it's great. Bro tried to sell himself, and I was just... Yeah, the 3 words, it's tough. Am I still using the Hermes agent? I am. Yeah, I actually had something so cool. All right, I did share this with some people in the Discord, in the co-working. There's some things I can't share on stream, but I have like a decent partnership or sponsorship opportunity, right? And literally, I have the Hermes agent managing my email, and I told this person, right? I told them, I hope they're not watching the stream right now. If you're watching the stream right now, forget I said this, but I literally told this person, I was like, my partnership manager will reach out to you. Her name's Vivian. And then my freaking Hermes agent on the DGX Spark, I handed off the whole conversation to the Hermes agent, and it literally reached out and sent the guy an email. It said, "Hi, I'm Vivian, the partnership manager for BridgeMind. I can give you all the information you need to know. I'll take it from here." I was like, dude, this is insane. These AI agents like Hermes are actually like really, really cool. All right, okay, so the UI here, definitely I would like to see that improved. This cursor agent, it looks like it is done. It says that the build is done. So let's just pull this up here, shall we? Let's pull up a fresh terminal, launch bridge code in a fresh terminal, and let's just go here. I need you to launch 20 subagents to do a complete review of this project and come back to me with a summary. All right, let's see if we can launch 20 subagents. Right now, we're kind of just testing, right? But I want to see if I can scroll. Okay, there we go. Okay, guys, do you see this? So it does look like GPT 5.4 did just fix an issue that Goofy Claude Code or Claude Opus 4.6 couldn't. Right? And this is what I'm starting to see more and more. And it's one thing that you guys need to be on the lookout for is that, hey, it is possible for this leaderboard of AI models. Like, for example, Claude has been absolutely dominating for like the last, let's say, 6 months. But just so you guys know, for the people that are like, you know, new to AI, that has not always been the case. Okay? It's not always been the case. OpenAI used to just be absolutely dominating this space. Like, OpenAI, I mean, do you guys remember when O1 came out? How much for a sponsor if I have a company I want to sponsor on BridgeMind or the stream? So right now, $10,000 is the minimum base amount for anything related to BridgeMind sponsorships, $10,000 a video. I don't like to take sponsors. But the thing is as I've told you guys about this, we are going to be taking sponsors in order to sponsor BridgeMind events. So for example, BridgeMind events are going to be coming. We're going to do a spring vibe-a-thon coming up here shortly. I'm going to announce it. I actually was going to do it this Saturday, but my brother's bachelor party is this Saturday, so I actually had to reschedule it. I'll make an announcement on it shortly, but we are going to have a huge event in the BridgeMind Discord community, and the BridgeMind community as a whole. The Discord is going to be the home base of it, but I highly suggest that you guys, join the Discord because there's going to be a pretty big announcement coming up here soon. This is the home of the vibe coding movement, chat. Let's go. All right, why is this glitching out like that? Okay, when it's outputting, the scrolling is just like super, super glitchy. Like when it's actively outputting anything, it's just like really glitchy. So what I'm gonna do is this cursor agent has the best context of this. I want you to launch more sub-agents and note that we did now fix the scroll error. I am now able to scroll, but note that there is an additional bug where when the agent is actually outputting any content or information, it's just buggy in the scroll process. It's not clean. All right, well, we'll see if it's able to find that. But yeah, so here is the output. And one thing that I do want to do to improve this is I'm just gonna copy this entire thing, right? And what we're gonna do is we're now going to use, bridge code to fix itself, okay? So we're gonna launch bridge code now, and I do think that it's good enough now where we probably can just have bridge code itself. So I'm gonna drop in bridge code, and I'm just gonna say, I need you to review the, hold on, I need to put this in. No. Chat, I messed up. Okay, I pasted in a bunch of chat. Oh, okay, we need to fix this. We need to fix this, chat. You guys see this? Okay, let's fix this. Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna drop in bridge code CLI. I mean, I'm not kidding, guys. This is like one of the first times I've started to do this, is that Opus 4.6 is practically unusable. So I don't even use it anymore. I can't. It's nerfed. I want you to do an in-depth review of the bridge code CLI and note that when users paste in text that's over a certain amount of characters, it needs to just not drop in the entire text into the conversation and into the terminal. It needs to just say pasted text and show how many characters the pasted text is. This is the similar functionality to that Codeex has. Review the open source Codeex code base to review how Codeex does this, and then implement a similar approach into Bridge code. So this is an approach I'm going to use. So the Codeex, it's open source. Codeex is open source. So when I want like a working implementation for something that I want to reference it, I can literally just reference this open source project for reference and have it kind of look at this and know, okay, like this is what you can do. So we'll have it go this. Review the approach here and then help build in a working approach. You can review the Codeex code base for reference to see how they did it and then build our own custom approach to it inside of Bridge Code CLI. Okay, so we'll do this. This is going to use GPT 5.4 extra high fast to build this. All right, super combo. I'll catch you later. Let's go. All right, guys. Also, we are up to 246 likes. Let's go. At 300 likes, I'm doing a cold plunge. Let's pull up BridgePace here. Let's go. Hey, Kanal, what's up? What's up? How's it going? All right. Chris Stifa, you know what? Codex Teams is out. Is it? I didn't think it was. Bridge Code Teams is out. Oh, wow. So Spud, people are saying that Spud is confirmed. You guys see this? Apparently Spud is confirmed this week, which I'm pretty sure is GPT 5.5. Hold on. We can check out Radar. Where's Radar? Hold on. I'm pretty sure I can use Radar. Alright. So look at this, guys. So we can do a new query here, and we can just do like Spud. This is a really cool part about X. So let's see how many people are talking about Spud right now on X. So 7,400. This is the biggest post about it right now. Who even is this guy? Who is this guy? Technology benefit. Who is this dude? I don't know who that guy is. If GPT 5.5 is good, I'm swapping over to Codex. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do something real quick here. Gonna repost this. Okay. Yeah, people are talking about Spud. It didn't Altman, Sam Altman's brother, what's his name again? Jack Altman, right? He made a post too. Jack Altman, if we go to Jack Altman, we can see he made a post. I thought it was Jack Altman. Oh, oops. Jack Altman. All right. This is Sam's brother, right? Yeah. Look at what he said. He said Codex is about to rip. You guys see this? So is he talking about Spud? I don't know. Why did Claude Code get nerfed? What happened? I noticed GPT 5.4 is better for vibe coding recently. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm already at the point where I am using Codex and GPT 5.4 over Opus. I mean, I think that, like, hey, people have been in this place now where, hey, Claude has been dominating for so long, but the thing is that frontier does change, right? Like, the frontier just inherently does change. And, like, I'll even show you guys, like, one thing from BridgeBench, which is the world's #1 leading vibe coding benchmark. Look at this. Look at the hallucination benchmark right now. GPT 5.4 ranks #2. Claude Opus 4.6 at #10. We literally proved that they've been nerfing the model. Look at this. Look at this, chat. Opus 4.5 ranks #6 on this benchmark, and Opus 4.6 ranks #10. So you guys tell me what you think about nerfing when it's like, it's literally obvious. It's like, yeah, Opus 4.5 is outperforming the legacy model. Like, what is going on? You know, and that's the part where it doesn't make any sense. Where what's going on, guys? What is going on? Are they literally nerfing Opus 4.6? Yeah, they're nerfing it. we put it through these benchmarks last week with BridgeBench, and now it's literally performing worse. So it's just crazy to see this happen. They are fumbling hard. But let's launch this, and let's see if we did fix this terminal issue here. Would it be possible? It says BC. Okay, let's see if this is possible. Like, I wanted to say bridge code like all the time. How this works right now is based off of the size of the terminal, it'll show bridge code. So if I expand it, you guys can see that like it goes to BC like right here. So it goes bridge code and then boom. Because at some point the bridge code it's too much to show. But maybe we could show like a lightning bolt here, you know, to be on brand. What do you guys think about that? Let's see if we can literally have... Let's see if we can have bridge code do this. So let's have bridge code. This will be the first time that we actually have bridge code coding bridge code. Let's see if we can get this working. So this is GPT 5.4. I want you to do an in-depth review of the screenshot, and note that on smaller screen sizes, it just says BC. But would you just show a lightning bolt on these smaller screen sizes and terminal sizes? Review this and create a perfectly crafted lightning bolt. The lightning bolt is a resemblance of the BridgeMind brand, and a lightning bolt is better than the letters BC on this smaller terminal size. Review and integrate accordingly. And now I'm going to add this. Okay, hold on. At bridge code CLI. Let's see. So this is the first time that we're gonna be using bridge code to code bridge code. This is sick. Oh, I need to add an AC version of the BridgeMind logo to bridge code. Is there any good way to actually create like that easily? What is bridge code? It's a CLI. It's a CLI coding tool. It's what we're working on right now. Okay. Matthew, one tip for the bridge code: implement a render that mitigates the flickering in the terminal. Claude Go did it. You can do the same. Okay, let's see this here. So let's launch Codeex, and I'm literally just gonna paste your comment here, and we're gonna drop in bridge code. Honestly, let's just use bridge code again for this. I think we're at the point where I want you to do an in-depth review of this recommendation from somebody that's in the chat in the live stream and identify how we could potentially build this into bridge code. All right. And then we'll do bridge code CLI. Launch a swarm of 5 subagents to help you with this task. Also, guys, one thing that's cool about bridge code is I literally don't give people the ability to turn it in like a safe mode. Like it's literally like default mode is YOLO. When Elon gets classes 2 online, I think he's going to dominate the model space probably by mid-year. I think it's possible. I think like literally what I'm seeing is people are not taking Grok seriously. Like I've shown people BridgeBench, and I've showed, hey, Grok 4.2 is actually doing a pretty good job on these benchmarks, right? And people are like, what? Grok sucks. Grok sucks. It's like, dude, they literally have the big. Isn't Colossus the biggest training cluster? Like people forget that like it's probably gonna be the #1 model. Is that like it's behind SpaceX? Okay, this. What changed? Why does it still show the BC on the smaller screen sizes? Make sure that you update this respectively so it shows the lightning bolt. All right, it's still showing BC, so I'm not sure what happened here. Never understood the point of it. What for? The flicker? Yeah, there's a flicker. Yeah, XAI has the most compute, but remember they were behind. They were a little bit behind, so you know you basically have the like you're behind by literally years from OpenAI, Google. When did Grok even like start? When was Grok founded? Let's see here. When was Grok founded? November of 2023. So they started a year late because ChatGPT came out in November of 2022. Grok was founded in November of 2023. So, okay, it says that it's fixed. So this is why we're using bridge code to code bridge code. All right. So there's the lightning bolt. Yeah, the SpaceX IPO closing market cap now is projected to surpass $2 trillion. Mute the app. Thank you. Yeah, that's insane. So I think that they're going to be set up really, really well. So look at that, chat. We're literally using bridge code to code bridge code. Is there any software or platform that we could use to drop in and literally have it create the BridgeMind logo like perfectly? Let's see here. Logo AI. Let me get the BridgeMind logo real quick. Are there any websites where I can paste in, let's say, a PNG image and it's able to create the perfect ANSI replica of that image? Oh, man, shoot, we'll just use bridge code for that. That's fine. This is so sick, chat. What? All right, let's go. All right. So here's our output. All right, so we have this one here. Let's check this out. ANSI art generator. Yeah, Grok is gaining on other people in the benchmarks. Like, people should know that, right? Image to monochrome. We'll do this. We'll do this. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at right here. So this is what bridge code just gave me. So it literally dropped these links in the chat. Said, here you go. And it did it very, very fast as well. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to download the logo symbol here. And then we're going to paste that in. So we're going to choose a file here. Paste this in. And then will this literally select output format, colored ANSI. Am I doing the right thing, guys? Download the result. Am I doing the right thing? I don't feel like I'm doing the right thing. In my opinion, GPT 5.4 is pretty decent at logos. Is that literally the ANSI for this? Take a look at this. What I'm trying to do is make it so that instead of the lightning bolt, it's actually the BridgeMind logo. I tried to generate the logo in ANSI art here. Would you take a look at this? Is this correct for the logo? Review the attachment of the actual PNG image of the logo as well. Okay, so we'll drop this in, but I will say bridge code is actually working very, very well. We'll drop this in as well. And guys, this has been my vision all along, is to create a complete vibe coding ecosystem, and you guys are starting to see this come to life. All right, chat. All right, guys, I've got some news for everybody that I just got. I just got some information. I just got some information here, but I can't say it. All I have to say is today is going to be a big week. Let's go. All right. Hackademic, what's up? Happy Thursday. Just kidding. Happy Tuesday. Sometimes I forget what day it is. Okay, what I found, the file is 890 lines tall. Would you help me create the ANSI image for the actual BridgeMind logo and replace it instead of this lightning bolt? Review this and then update accordingly. Can we just use bridge code to do this? Let's see. All right, we'll see here. I wonder. So for anybody wondering, we are using bridge code right now, and it is at the point where it's actually pretty good. I think it's going to be a big week for both Codex and Claude. I do have, on good authority, that we're going to get a new model this week. So, stay tuned. All right. All right. So this one's working. Let me focus in. Okay, one thing I do want to see is, do you guys see if we do the model selector here and we go to OpenAI, do you notice how there's only one GPT 5.4 one? Do you guys see this? GPT 5.4, and it literally says GPT 5.4. Yeah. Okay. So why is there not multiple? Do you have the ability to search the internet? Check if you can. I don't even know if it has ability to search the internet yet, but we'll see. It's giving it its all. All right. Okay. Okay, great. I now want you to search the internet, and note that inside of our OpenAI provider, we should be able to select different reasoning levels for GPT 5.4. Right now, there's only a singular GPT 5.4 reasoning levels. Hold on, guys, I got distracted. What did I even say? Right now, there is only one option for GPT 5.4, and we actually need to have more selections. For example, GPT 5.4 extra high, GPT 5.4 high, GPT 5.4 medium, GPT 5.4 low. Search the internet and identify the correct routes for this, and make sure that we get this into our model selector for OpenAI as a provider, so that users are able to select the different reasoning levels for this provider, review and integrate accordingly into bridge code. Okay, so we're gonna add this. Use browser use for searching online. It's better than just fetching websites. Okay. Yeah, Eper, thank you. He said, I have to admit, BridgeBench is the most respectful and trustworthy benchmark at this moment. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, it is crazy. For anybody that missed this earlier in the stream, I was showing this to everybody in the stream, but this is actually pretty cool. I want to show this to you guys. So let me pull up BridgeBench real quick and show you guys what happened. So yesterday, also, BridgeBench is now past 1,010 followers. That's awesome. We just broke 1,000, but look at this, guys. So let's see this here. If we go to, look at this is so cool. So look at this, Doge designer. So this guy, 1.8 million followers, right? So this guy reposted BridgeBench. and it's right here. So this got 7.3 million views. This is becoming the most trusted vibe coding benchmark in the world, because people know, like, and I'm now sharing with you guys, the AI companies are paying off the benchmarking places, and I can confirm this because I've been receiving emails from Frontier Labs that have gotten poor performances on BridgeBench, that have offered me money and seen what they can do to improve their scores on BridgeBench. So, like I said in my last video, I don't want their money and I don't need their money, because what we're doing is we're building the most trusted vibe coding benchmark in the world that doesn't just give you a score, but actually rates it on different parts of vibe coding. For example, one of those being reasoning. But look at this. So if we go to view post activity, look who reposted this. Elon Musk himself reposted this, 7.2 million views, and yeah, it's cool. It's cool. All right. So it says that this is now done. I don't know. Let's just launch Bridge Code and see if this is built in. What? That's cool. All right, it's not actually that great yet. It doesn't look that great. It's getting there though. Would you please improve this? Look at the screenshot. It doesn't perfectly represent the logo. It's not the lightning bolt to perfection. Review this and update accordingly. If Anthropic offered me a couple bans for some corruption, I'm taking it. Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I mean, here's the thing, guys. It's like, hey, at the end of the day, you guys know I could really care less about the money. You know, for me, I'm not really in this for the money. I just want to be able to wake up and enjoy what I do. And if it got to the point where I didn't enjoy streaming, if I didn't enjoy waking up every day and giving it everything I have, then I would stop doing it, right? But the thing for me, what's in it for me, is to be able to wake up and have the freedom and the ability to wake up, have full control over what I do with my day, and be able to do what I want and have the complete freedom. Like when I was in the corporate world, it was definitely not like that. It was not like that at all. So it's much better now with the freedom that we have. Also, guys, we are 20 likes away from a cold plunge. Let's go. Okay. Let's see if it's able to fix this. I don't know. Okay, so it says that it refined it. Let's see. So we'll make this judgment here. Oh, I did not refine it. Now it looks even worse. Is there a way that we could actually get an exact replica for this of the logo? Right now, this is still not looking very good. I don't know, chat. Opus 4.7 release date prediction. Well, I actually know, so. Won't be a prediction. All right, chat. Everyone is posting about BridgeBench, yeah. Yeah, BridgeBench is running up. Honestly, we should probably make a new post here. Yeah, here's another post on BridgeBench. Yeah, everybody is posting about BridgeBench. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I think that we're gonna get a new Spud model and a new Opus model this week, chat. Jeez, this one ran up too. Jeez, this is insane. This is like, for everybody that's been part of this journey for a while now, it's like you guys are watching what consistency will lead to. All right, yes, but not as a tiny hand-drawn character logo in ink test load, exact replica. Not really. Why it doesn't look right. The BridgeMind logo depends on smooth vector curves. It also depends on subtle ribbon geometry. I mean, guys, look at this. There's a 96% chance, okay? We're gonna get 4.7 this week. Is gonna be my prediction. All right, so if we go here, this looks good. Generate a compact, high-fidelity ANSI Unicode raster from the actual logo. Okay, proceed with these next steps. What is the agent in the left doing? So this one here, this one is going to integrate the ability to have higher reasoning for these GPT models. So right now, I think it's just been defaulting to low, to be honest with you guys. So now if I go to OpenAI, so now we have GPT 5.4 extra high, GPT 5.4 high, GPT 5.4 medium, and GPT 5.4 low. It would be nice to make sure that in the provider models here, okay, great work. Would you now make it so that in the model selector that it's ranked by the latest frontier models? For example, GPT-5 Codex can literally be removed from this. Nobody uses that model anymore. Also, GPT 5.2 Codex can be removed. Just offer the GPT 5.4 models and the GPT 5.3 models. What do you think of the BridgeBench Opus drama on Twitter? Well, first of all, like, BridgeBench did just prove that Opus is nerfed, right? So there's going to be a lot of drama surrounding it. There's going to be a lot of people nitpicking, whatever, right? But the truth of it is that we put it through the test last week, and we have seen significant degradation of the model, okay? So every time we've tested it, it has been performing worse and worse and worse on our benchmark. And you know, if I'm doing that, right, like, you guys can see I'm no longer using Opus 4.6 because at this point the hallucination rate of that model, for whatever reason, is now off the charts. So if we go over here and we check out the hallucination rate on this model, look at this. Look at the hallucination rate here. Opus 4.6 all the way down here at number 10. You guys see this? All the way down here at 10. Also, we did just hit 300 likes. Let's go knock out a cold plunge here. But it's insane. One thing that we can do, like, even now, right? Let's do this. It's gonna cost me some money, but that's fine. Let's run Opus through this test again, okay? And we'll do this while I'm in the cold plunge. It takes some time to run. I want you to rerun Claude Opus 4.6 through the hallucination BridgeBench V2 benchmark and give me the score. And we'll just use it. Literally, this is just the model that guides it. We'll use Composer too. No bias. All right, guys, let's go knock out this cold plunge. I'm gonna go throw my swim trunks on, but we're gonna see, you guys can watch this and how it performs, but we're gonna throw it through the hallucination benchmark again. And even today, for example, we'll be able to see, hey, is it good? Like, is it better today? Is it worse today? We'll see, but we're gonna throw it through this again. But let me go through put my swim trunks on, chat, and I'll be right back. We're gonna knock out this cold plunge. Let's go. Thank you for 300 likes, guys. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's go. All right, let's see how it ranks here. Here's what we'll do. I'm gonna let this run. We're gonna go do this cold plunge, and then when I get back from the cold plunge, we'll see the results of this test and be able to see if it's gotten even worse. But let's knock out this cold plunge here, chat. Okay, test. Okay, all right, you guys can hear me? Cool. All right, chat, let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go. All right, you guys will come with me. I just want to make sure everything's good. Here's the setup from my perspective. Got 3 monitors here. Cool. All right. So this hallucination benchmark is still running. We'll check up on that once I get back. All right, I'll give you guys a quick tour. Pull up the chat here. Here's the crib. Pull up the chat. Get back. All right, here's some of the books that I've read, chat. I show these often, but I am an avid reader. I read every day. Here are some of the books that I've read. Pretty good. I'll show you guys my favorite one. Just at least on this shelf. Oh, this one was good. I talked about that a little bit last time, but just like leveling up. This is such a basic book, but this book, Leveling Up, like it talks about habits and all these different things. Also, Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell is a good one. This one here just talks about like becoming an outlier and becoming somebody that pulls away from the norm and does become an outlier. And that kind of it inspired me a lot because it taught me that, hey, like you can become an outlier if you work hard enough. So just definitely something that you guys should know. But all right, let's go into the garage and I'll show you guys the cold plunge. So also I did add, you guys see the new I got a little new thing up here. Put the BridgeMind logo up in the garage for the cold plunge. So that's cool. Here's my race bike. So this is a mountain bike, and as you guys know, I do train for Ironman. So this is my race bike. Probably gonna do a ride today, depending on when the stream ends, maybe 20 miles. This is my race bike. It's a Zip. My first triathlon's coming up in about 4 weeks, so I have to train for that. But this is the sauna. So this is the sauna. I try to do this on stream, but it's a little bit hard to do this on stream. It has red light therapy and stuff, but I like doing that. It's really helpful. It helps me de-stress because, I'll be honest, this is a stressful job. So, all right, let's go here. So we're gonna do 2 minutes, and somebody asked in the chat why I do this cold plunges. It's for the triathlons, and then it's also for focus. It really does help for focus. All right. How many pull-ups do you think we can do? Chat, drop how many pull-ups do you think we got? All right, 15, all right, let's get it. Start a timer for 2 minutes. All right, let's get it. 2 minutes. Woo! bonuses suck. But for energy levels, honestly, the cold plunge helps midday. It helps a lot. I'm freezing right now. All right, did it, chat, done. Whew. Let's go. Whew. All right, let's get back to it, guys. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, let's get to it. All right, I'm gonna go get dried off and I'll be right back. Also, check this out, guys. So it looks like we ran it through. Here are the results. You guys can check this out. So Claude Opus 4.6, we ran it through today. And it looks like things are a little bit better today. Look at the fabrication rate, 29%. So we may want to make an announcement on X about this because the last time we ran it through, the fabrication rate was 33%. You guys can go check it out at BridgeBench. So a 4% improvement here on the latest test. We'll probably make an X post about this when I get back, but I'm gonna go get dried off real quick. I'll be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. Let's go. What did I miss? Did Spud release yet? Imagine. Did it? Alright. What's up? Okay. Okay, so this is actually pretty cool. Alright, Mute the Yab did just drop in. He dropped a text, he dropped an X post in. Anthropic made a brutal decision in March. They redesigned the visibility of reasoning. Hit the intermediate steps of thinking, scratch thinking, thinking summary is disabled, and change the default effort from high to medium. That is true. Result, Opus 4.6 lost recursive self-correction. It can no longer review itself, correct itself, or improve in real time. They sacrificed to it the ability to think about its own thinking to save compute. How many? It's got 199. This is what? Yesterday? That's interesting. Oh yeah, the music is loud. Yeah. Alright, I just adjusted the music. Thank you. Alright, sorry about that. Okay. Do I have any tips to transitioning from just weightlifting to a hybrid athlete? Definitely, I would recommend just like start running. If you start running, that's like definitely like a key to a lot. If you just start running is like really, really good for sure. So, okay, let's go chat. Let's go over here and pull up BridgePace. So let's see. Proceed with next steps. Okay, so apparently this, let's see if it actually was able to make this fancy image better. I mean, technically, like, that is a little bit better. Now we just need to make it, like, way smaller. Way, way smaller. And we could potentially be good. Alright, how's the music now, chat? How's the music now? Let me know how it is now. Also, Twitch chat, what's up, guys? Alright, Chris Tifa, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Alright. So this now, we can switch the model. So check this out, guys. So now, we now have this. So I need bridge code. And now I can change to, let's switch the model provider and let's go to GPT 5.4 extra high. And let's drop in bridge code CLI. And I need you to do an in-depth review of this project and note that I want you to launch 3 sub-agents and help me create the ability so that users are able to review their conversation history and be able to resume past conversations or past sessions with bridge code. This will be interesting. Oh. Okay. All right, this is looking better for sure. Okay, so I did get an error here. All right, so it says the GPT 5.4 extra model is not supported when using Codeex with the ChatGPT account. Interesting. Okay, so look at this, guys. So this is very, very interesting. All right, look at this. So it says that the GPT 5.4 extra model is not supported. I want you to search the internet and then review our bridge code CLI code and figure out what models are supported when using Codeex. Yeah, let's figure out which ones are supported. So we're going to drop in the bridge code CLI here, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it so that users are able to use their existing subscriptions with bridge code. Okay, so I see it. This is what I think is going to happen. What's the name of the app? Yeah, so it's you can literally go to BridgeMind.ai and learn everything that you need to know. Let's see if this did get better. Let's close this real quick and let's go to bridge code again. I mean, chat, that is actually a lot better. Now I just want to make it way smaller. Great work, but note that we can reduce its height and its size by about 50%. Right now we're working on bridge code. Okay, so one thing I want to do, guys, and I'll show this to you guys so that everybody's on the same page here. So look at this. If we go to BridgeMind and we go to pricing, something that we're going to add is we're going to add an ultra plan and a max plan. And I think that these are the plans that are going to come with credits. Okay, so man, actually maybe the pro plan. This is one of our goals for today, guys. So maybe the pro plan we could add. Also, let's set a new like goal. We already hit 300 likes, so let's set a new like goal here. Let's do, if we can get to 600 likes, I'll do a piano performance. We haven't done one of those in a while. I'll do a live piano performance at 600 likes so we can get there. Yeah, I agree. Any axe that I feel like the ratio is off, I agree. All right, let me change this. I don't know if you guys knew this. I do have a piano in my house, though. Let me just start a poll. All right, remember, guys, we're going for 5 hours today. 5 hours. Okay. So what we can do is, this is what I'm considering, okay? I'm considering having we're gonna introduce credits to be used with BridgeMind plans, but we need to be careful about how much credits we're actually allocating, because we don't want to get ourselves in trouble or absolutely destroy the margins, right? So I think that once we do introduce credits into BridgeMind, that's going to change a lot, because then people, they're not just getting all these tools, but they're also getting credits to actually use with tokens. So if we look here, I think that the way that I'd like to do this is that basic will just be a basic subscription where you can use the tools. And then with every, and then pro will come with credits, max will come with credits, and ultra will come with credits. If you add ultra and max plan, make the carousel-like cards. Current design won't fit at all. Also, it's not flashy enough in my opinion. Too much Shad Sam primitive-like. Okay. I think this is so awesome to watch, dude. Vibe coding has allowed people that have always had the creativity but not the coding skill to bring their ideas to life. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So this is going to be really interesting to see. Also, let's see if this actually did reduce that size. Try that again. When I relaunched it, I did not see the change in size. Let's go over here. All right, if the builder is using ChatGPT OAuth, I would currently treat these as the supported auth choices. Okay. So we have extra high, high, medium, low. What? Okay. Okay, update our model providers to properly map respectively with best practices. I don't know. We just need it has the information it needs. Okay. Let's go over to this here, and let's actually use bridge code to do this. So watch this, guys. So I'm going to change the model provider here, and I'm actually going to use OpenRouter for this, and I'm going to use GLM 5.1. Oh man, I only have 4.7. How could we potentially get a model registry? So for example, with OpenRouter, right now the options for OpenRouter models are basically outdated models. For example, if you search the internet, you'll note that the Frontier GLM model is GLM 5.1, but it's currently only offering GLM 4.7. Why is this happening? Why is this the case? Could we integrate some sort of model registry? For example, with OpenRouter, why is it not offering the latest Frontier models? It looks like it's outdated. Would you review this and help me integrate the best practice implementation for this? Okay, so we'll see that here. Okay. Why not use something like KiloCode and offer balance top-ups at cost price? All right, people are saying that the music is too high. Okay, I'll decrease a little bit, sorry. All right. All right, let me know if the music is a good volume, chat. Okay. All right, let me know about music volume, guys. We'll reduce it a little bit more, but you guys gotta let me know because I can't hear it. All right, hold on. There we go. Okay, so we're trying to get the better OpenAI model aliases in here. Somebody said, can you give me advice? Should I focus on building skill and projects or doing fundamental and DSA? I want to get placed in AI ML domain. Yeah, so I would recommend definitely start vibe coding. Like if right now, if you're like, let's say that you're learning how to code manually, like if you're writing SQL statements line by line, you are just like totally on another planet of where things are headed and like where things are at right now. If you're learning, you need to start vibe coding, and you need to use AI to code for you, because that's the way that things are headed. So yeah, like you can go learn how to write syntax, but the skill is no longer how to write syntax. The skill is how to use AI to be able to create products and projects and actually complete tasks. Flux said, oh great, you stream on Twitch too. I prefer the live viewing experience on Twitch. Okay, great, it's good to see you, Flux. Thank you for supporting over on Twitch. Yeah, I'm growing the Twitch up. You still using Opus 4.6 after the nerf? Why? So I'm actually not using Opus 4.6. I'm using GPT 5.4 right now, as you can see here. Opus 4.6, it's definitely not doing as good, I will tell you that much. It's gotten nerfed, but the thing is we can expect an Opus 4.7 model soon. Potentially this week is when I'm expecting it. You shouldn't be hard coding models, but rather fetching them from APIs. Yeah, so Harrison Smith. So yeah, we're going to have to do that. I think that this one is going to do that. We have a message queued here, and it should be able to do that. It'll be a model registry to be able to fetch that. I'm new. How much did you make on your first and second startup? How much was the total ARR? Did they succeed or didn't they? That's why you moved to your third startup. Yeah, so I'll just kind of like share with you guys how this works. So when you start a business, Okay, you start a business, let's say, right? Like even like right now, right? BridgeMind's running. BridgeMind's at $79,000 ARR. How it works is you build a business, you build value, you build IP, you build a architecture, you build a product, you build up the revenue base. And then once you do that, the ultimate goal when you are an entrepreneur, when you own your own business, is what I would refer to as a liquidity event, okay? So for example, I am not making any money off of BridgeMind. The company is running itself. I personally, Matthew Miller, have invested money into BridgeMind to be able to run the company, right? I'm not taking any money out of the company. Any dollar that I make from BridgeMind gets invested directly back into the company because as an entrepreneur, the ultimate goal is to be able to sell your business, okay? So you constantly invest money back into your business, and then eventually you'll be able to get your business bought out, okay? And when you sell your business to another company, whether it's a bigger company, it's a competitor, it's somebody that wants your IP, whoever it is, you sell your business and you sell your equity stake in the company, and that's where you make the money, okay? So that's my goal with BridgeMind. It was with my other startups as well, and again, it's the same goal here. This one has more of a social footprint. It has more of a place like on the internet and in social media, so that's different than any other company that I've ran so far. It definitely is bigger in terms of social media marketing. The other companies I ran were not as large as this one from the public eye perspective, but the ultimate goal is you build up a company and you sell it. And that's been my experience. When do I think GPT 5.5 is coming out? I think it's going to come out this week. Yeah, this week or next week. I see definitely like it's in the air. It's in the air for sure. Something's coming. Okay, let's see this here. I think we may have just passed 80,000 in ARR. Yeah, we're getting close, guys. This is crazy. Getting very, very close to passing the 80,000. Is this ChatGPT software you are vibe coding in? No, I'm not. Yeah, Pepe said he's hyped for GPT 5.5. Yeah, I think that it's possible that they could definitely catch up. That's for sure. All right, let's launch Bridge Code here and see. Okay, if I... Hello there. Does this work? Hold on. No, that doesn't work. Okay, that works. Okay, extra high doesn't work. Check this out. GPT 5.4 high works, but not GPT 5.4 extra high. Why is this the case? Review the logs and fix. Okay, let's go over here. Hold on. Is there a reason I use GPT 5.4 high instead of extra high? Yeah, extra high, it's kind of, you start to run into a place where it's like, I don't think that extra high, actually, the hallucination on extra high is higher than high. So high is kind of the best blend in my opinion. I'm trying to get extra high working inside of Bridge Code right now, actually. So we'll see here in a second. Yeah, but high is actually kind of better in my opinion than extra high. Yeah, I'm using cursor in BridgePace right now. Let's go over here. Did we get this fixed? Yeah, this is not fixed. Why, with the OpenRouter provider, why is this still showing me outdated models? Jill on 501 on open code, is it good? I would say so, yes. but it's not as reliable as some of the frontier models that you're going to get with like an Opus 4.6 or a GPT 5.4. Okay, let's do this real quick, guys. So what we're going to do is I am going to add in... Oh, am I using Composer too fast still? No. Okay, good. Okay, so we're going to do this real quick. So I'm going to go to... we're going to use Sonnet 4.6, okay? And I'm going to drop in BridgeMind UI, and then I'm going to drop in the BridgeMind API. Hold on. Yeah, this is good. And then we're going to drop in the BridgeMind database. I want you to launch 3 subagents to do an in-depth review of the code base, and note that we are going to introduce 2 new plans. Max plan and a Ultra plan. The first thing I want to do is update the UI and show the different selections. We also need to implement a crediting system that will allow users to be able to have access to AI model usage tokens in exchange for BridgeMind credits. The first thing that I want to do is just kind of brainstorm this with you, but let's get the UI updated. For example, I just want to update the BridgeMind UI pricing page to see what this would look like on the pricing page. Okay, let's do this. Okay, Tauntaun said GLM 5.1 is pretty good and capable. It's not as eager to get full context as GPT 5.4. So you got to tell it to research the code more before you implement anything so it has a good picture of your repo. Yes, that is very true. When using OpenRT, you can add Nitro to the model string to get the current fastest throughput provider. It's an awesome feature. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. Okay. All right, so we're launching 3 subagents here. Sonnet 4.6. Okay, we can also launch BridgePace. Did this get fixed? Let's see here. Bridge code. Okay. Model, OpenRT. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Hold on. Let's launch Claude real quick. Hold on, chat. Where is this one at? So we're gonna add these plans. I want the UI of Cursor right now. Hold on. Let's do this real quick. Okay, so we're gonna go to the BridgeMind dev. What app am I making? I'm working on BridgePace, Bridge Code. You can go to bridgemind.ai and check out everything that we're building and have built. Okay, I think I do need to set up my yeah, I do need to set up Postgres real quick. Give me 1 second here. Okay. All right, Postgres. All right. Okay, here we go. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna CD into BridgeMind API. We're gonna get this started. Then we're gonna go over here. Over here. All right, then we're gonna go down here. npm run tari dev local. Oops. Okay, perfect. And then I think this is good. I think we're good here. Pepe, you'll have to drop in the question again. Yeah, ARR stands for annual recurring revenue. Okay, so here is the local version of BridgePace. So let's just launch a quick test here. Oh, this is actually really interesting. Do you guys see this here? So this is one thing that we'll have to do. This is really interesting. So guys, check this out. Do you guys see how this cursor agent says press any key to log in? So this is one of the issues that we're going to explore today while we're on stream. We just actually surpassed the halfway point for today's stream. I'm going to stream for 5 hours today. But this is one thing, it's actually the #1 goal on our list today, is the Bridgecode CLI NPM package. So we haven't yet deployed this to NPM. And as you guys can see, this is how Cursor does it. So this is obviously a package that you can install. And they have it like this, where you have to log in to be able to access their CLI agent, right? Pepe said, can you explain why you would want high reasoning models? Isn't the goal to get quick results rather than it yapping about what it's going to be doing? Yeah, no, like you want to be able to actually use smarter models. So some of these faster models, you know, for example, Composer 2, personally, I'm not a fan of Composer 2 because it's not very smart. So I'm not a fan of that model personally. So sometimes it's better to have these smarter models because they'll get it done. Yeah, they may be slower, but in the grand scheme of things, they'll actually get you to a better result because they're smarter. So just speed isn't everything. You know what I mean? Like speed isn't everything. But let's go over here and let's go to this port here. Okay. So this is what we're going to see here. I think that this is dropping this in now. Yeah. Please stay on theme with the styling of these two options. You gave them ugly purple gradients. Make them on theme. All right, so this is what it's going to look like here. Okay, interesting. So the crediting system that we're going to build today is going to be very, very interesting. DJ Vision, what's up? Yeah. So we're going to strip that. Yeah, the UI is so elegant. You think that's elegant? I don't know if that's elegant. I don't like the purple. All right, let's drop a 25 bomb real quick. All right, I need to put the FBI cam back up. Give me 1 second here. I think this should be good. Let's see. Yeah. All right, perfect. Let's move the desk up. Let's get the treadmill going. All right, let's do 2 miles on the treadmill, chat. Start an indoor walk workout. All right, let's go. Okay, we're gonna really need to figure out this crediting system. Yeah, Opus 4.6 is definitely still nerfed, yes. Cable management? What's that? Alright, let's go, guys. Okay, so this is going to be an interesting task here. So we're going to need to be really, really smart about this. I mean, I would consider just like starting up a microservice, but I'm not certain yet how I want to approach this. I think that, man. Okay, I'm trying to think about how I want to do this. So if we do introduce credits, I think it's needed for sure. But even like, for example, if people use annual and they're saving 20% and we're still giving them the same amount of credits, help me think through product margins. For example, with credits, this costs us a lot of money, for example. So we need to think through an intuitive way where these subscriptions stay profitable even with allocating credits to users. We want to be fair to users, but we also still need to have profit margins. What would you suggest for this? We probably need about, like, typically with most like people that I've worked with, board members and whatnot, they do suggest 60% margins. Honestly, there's been companies where, you know, they want to do 75% product margins. And wow. All right, guys, so I want to show you something really, really cool. I want to, man, I actually don't think I can share it because it has some. So, do you guys know the Hermes agent, right? So the Hermes agent that runs on my DJX Spark right here, I have it handling partnerships, and I did just close a $5,000 value deal. And my Hermes agent took care of it for me. So five racks, and I didn't have to do anything. So it was pretty cool. Literally, it functions as my partnership manager. So I just made a partnership with NVIDIA, and yeah, I mean, I can say this on stream. I'll say this on stream. You guys are gonna hear it first. So literally, they're sending me another DJX Spark for free, and that's just cool. My agent managed it for me, took care of it, Vivian. So I got one of those on the way. So I'm gonna have 2 DJX Sparks. It's confirmed. We can actually ask, hold on, let's ask Vivian. I want to be careful here. I don't want to share anything sensitive because I was sending out like shipping addresses and stuff, but here. So check this out, guys. I think I can share this. Okay, I can definitely not share this. But you guys can, would you check up to see if I received any email back? So I just got like a notification, but I just want to confirm this. There's some private information here, but yeah, it looks like the deal with NVIDIA is. Let me confirm this. But I mean, this thing is so sick. All right, so wow, let's go, let's go. Oh my gosh, that's so sick. What? This is so sick, guys. All right, W's in the chat. All right, I'm gonna show you guys just a quick. I'm gonna show this to you guys, but I'm gonna block out the sensitive information. I'm gonna show as much as I can. All right, this is so cool, guys. All right. All right, so look at this. So also shout out to this guy, but I'm really excited about this NVIDIA partnership. But check this out, guys. Okay, I think that this is good. Let me just make sure. Okay, yeah. Okay, so guys, check this out. Oh no, oh no. Oh, that's not good. Okay, look at this, guys. So yeah, so this is my Hermes agent. So my Hermes agent just got back to me and said that we got the DJX Spark on the way. and literally it took care of it for me, which is pretty cool. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Okay, so let's see what this came back with. So for example, set the credit to cost ratio. So the recommendation that it's getting me is 1 credit equals half a cent of your API cost. Joe said W Vivian, yeah, W Hermes for real, yeah, 100%. I think I can, hold on, I may need to call. Okay, hold on. I may need to do something real quick just to confirm. Hold on, sorry guys. I need to just make sure that for that DGX Spark that's coming, I'm gonna need to, what models is Hermes running? It's running GPT 5.4. Hold on, I'm gonna get into Comet. Guys, I literally had Comet do my taxes yesterday, so if the IRS comes after me, I just want to say you can audit Anthropic, not me. Okay, I had no part. I had no part in this. Okay, I had literally no part in my taxes. Comet did it all for me. Okay, let me get over into this though. Wait, if somebody needs to sign off on something, I'm like 90% sure it's okay. I want you to take control of the browser and make some searches on the internet, review my account here, and identify if, can I send packages to my inbox here that need to be signed off on? Note that I have a package coming that needs to be signed off on. Is this possible with this inbox? We'll see. I'll let that happen. But yeah, super, super cool on that. Okay, so this here, all right, anchor credits to real AI costs. So you need to pick a credit to dollar ratio. Here's what AI API costs look like at current rates, and it's all outdated. I want you to do a fresh search for the latest frontier models and their costs via OpenRouter. We are going to connect to OpenRouter for this. So you need to look at, for example, Claude Opus 4.6 costs. You need to look at GPT 5.4 costs and figure out if with OpenRouter we're able to properly handle this crediting mechanism, because this is obviously a very critical aspect of this system, and it's a dangerous one because it is linked with credit usage with OpenRouter. Do an in-depth internet search and figure out the best way to do this. Okay, let's see here. All right, let me pull up comment again. Okay. Would you review my inbox? How big is this? Like, for example, can I receive a decently large package, or is there a limit on the size of packages that I can receive? And if it does need a signature, they are able to sign it. I want you to actually find perfect references for this and note that this is possible and that I do have the correct plan for this. Just double check. I want to be absolutely certain I have an important package on the way. Let's go, guys. All right, so I'm going to have 2 DGX Sparks that are able to connect to one another. And I'll probably make a post out on this on X. You guys are just kind of hearing it first on stream. But the thing about the DGX Spark, if you guys are wondering like about the DGX Spark and wondering should I get one, here's the thing, okay? Open source models that you can run locally on your machine are getting better. I'm running some decent models on that machine, but the reason that I got that machine is because I do know for a fact that these open source models are going to get like incredibly capable over the next, let's say, like 12 to 18 months, okay? And what's interesting is that like even the latest GLM 5.1 model, that is going to be an incredibly capable model that you can run locally on a good enough machine. Have I tried the new Kimi? I have not. No, I'm waiting for it to come out in OpenRouter. As soon as it does come out in OpenRouter, which it still is not in OpenRouter. This Elephant Alpha model stinks, by the way. I tested it yesterday. All right, adds a 5.5% platform fee on top of the base model cost. Here's what you're actually paying. Jeez. I need to get partnerships. I mean, guys, this is the issue that I do have. Spiky, what's up? Do you program manually at all, or is all vibe coded? Well, here's the thing, guys, is like vibe coding and coding with AI is the best way to code at this point. There's no better way to code than with AI. And with the next release of new frontier models, it's going to continue to get more and more, you know, it's going to get better and better. That's the biggest part about it. So, okay. Be very short and concise with your output. Literally just answer yes or no to the questions that I asked you, and then provide the supporting evidence and proof. Okay, perfect. All right, cool. All right, perfect. All right, so I'm a little bit not necessarily worried about this, but like here's the thing. I really do need to like reach out to Anthropic directly and reach out to like OpenAI directly to figure out how I can get some sort of like provider enterprise partnership with them. And I need to get my Hermes agents to do this for me, probably. Let's switch, man. These Claude models are really getting deprecated. I want you to figure out, am I able to do something similar? Like, let's say I didn't go to OpenRouter for this, but let's say that I went through, like, directly through Anthropic, or directly through the OpenAI API, or directly through the Google API. Would I be able to get that feedback of how much was spent for a request? Think in depth about this and then provide your recommendation. Should I connect with OpenRouter for this and pay the 5.5% on top? Or should I go direct to the provider? Give me a recommendation on this. Reach out to their devs directly on X. Okay. VV said, how is he calculating the revenue? Does he have subscribers already? So yes, the revenue that you see in the stream titles, okay, the ARR stems 100% from Stripe subscription revenue. There is no other revenue that comes from BridgeMind that is being included in this ARR. The ARR is only from subscription revenue to BridgeMind products like View Creator, any BridgeMind subscription, or now Vibe Academy, okay? The majority of the revenue is coming from BridgeMind. To be exact, the MRR on that and the ARR, I think we looked at this earlier today, but the ARR for BridgeMind directly, like for the vibe coding tools, is like 65,000, right? And then View Creator makes up like 13,000. I showed this on stream earlier. Let me look at it right now. We'll just look at it right now. So there's 3 places where we have the revenue coming from Stripe. So for example, here's the Stripe dashboard. So far today, I've made $220 in subscriptions. Yesterday, I made $1,248 in subscriptions. And this is my Stripe dashboard. And one thing that I can do, which is really nice, I can just do the revenue, and we'll check this out. So MRR is 5,448, and the ARR for BridgeMind is 65,000. And then we have three dashboards total. We also have View Creator, which I think we looked at earlier, is what, 13,000 ARR, and then Vibe Academy, which is about 1,000 to ARR, and those are all being tallied together. But like I said, you know, that's not all the money that I make doing BridgeMind, right? It's like, at this point, Crazy Gamer said yesterday was dope. Thank you, man. Yeah. Somebody said not Open Router, for example, Open Code Go is $10, and they provide you like $40 to $60 of tokens. You need to be a proxy with the direct provider. Can we see how you created all the apps for BridgeMind, like the speech-to-text tool? You gotta watch the streams, man. You gotta watch the streams. You gotta watch them. I want you to review what people are saying in the chat and pinpoint what somebody said about being a proxy for the providers, and help me understand what they mean by this, and help me understand how I can do this. Note that BridgeMind has a very large social following, and we do have some power on social media. So how could I go about this? Help me understand what he's saying. All right, I'm very interested to see, like, so somebody in the chat, big shout out to, who said that in the chat? It was, I can't see it. Kanta. So he said, don't use Open Router. You need to be a proxy with the direct provider. Okay. So BridgeMind sits in the middle between builders and Anthropic, OpenAI, Google. Builders do not hit Anthropic, OpenAI, Google directly. They hit BridgeMind API, and BridgeMind forwards the request to the provider using BridgeMind-owned keys and accounts. That makes BridgeMind the proxy layer. What that gives you, if BridgeMind is the proxy, you control which model gets used, how much context gets sent, whether a request is allowed, how credits are deducted, limits of use, prevention, and retries, whether to swap providers behind the scenes. So instead of the builder buying Anthropic tokens directly, they buy a BridgeMind plan or credits, and BridgeMind turns that into provider usage on the back end. Why people suggest this? Because it lets you sell a product, not just expose raw APIs. I mean, guys, like for example, like with this, could we connect to NVIDIA? Like maybe I can talk to my the connection that I have with NVIDIA, and maybe we could do some type of sponsorship or deal where we like offer NVIDIA models at like super low prices, right? Like this is like, if you guys remember that email, and I'll just say this, like, what this is, anybody that deals with BridgeMind, you need to know that we build in public. So if anybody is watching this, I'm sorry, you're dealing with an organization that is built in public, and when it comes to that, there are no secrets. But like one thing is like, so this guy from NVIDIA, he wants to talk about bridge code. Okay, so he wants to talk about bridge code, and here's the question that I have. And maybe this guy's watching right now, so shout out to him if he is. But maybe we could strike up a partnership with NVIDIA to be able to serve their models for free. Or maybe we could strike up a partnership with NVIDIA to serve their models at lower prices. Okay? And I think that this is the route that we probably have to go. So this is very interesting. So let's just, I definitely do need to take care of this at some point. But you guys are getting to see the behind the scenes here where it's like, hey, maybe we could serve NVIDIA models, right? Let's even ask. Check out this screenshot and note that this is a representative from NVIDIA. For example, would it be possible that maybe we could strike a partnership with NVIDIA to be able to serve credits from NVIDIA models like Nemotron for a cheaper price through BridgeMind subscription? Is this possible? I mean, chat, this is actually probably the way that we need to go. Like, you guys are seeing it live on stream. Like, Think Big said, I wanted to ask which one is better, Orchestrator Claude Opus 4.6 or GPT 5.4. I mean, that's up in the air, especially like right now. There's a lot of things in the space just about, you know, Opus 4.6 being, you know, getting worse and getting nerfed. You know, there's a lot that's going on. So definitely interesting here. I mean, maybe we could have our Hermes agent reach out to the partnership people and figure out if we can strike up some partnerships. Hold on, let's pull up Hermes here. All right, I just want to make sure. Okay, you guys can't see this. Okay, I want to make sure you guys can't see this. This is more sensitive than normal. So, okay, actually, I'll show you guys this part. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I just opened up my Hermes agent. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add my Hermes agent, and I'm gonna say, BridgeMind is in need of striking up partnerships with Anthropic, OpenAI, and Google to be able to be a proxy provider for them so that we are able to serve their models through BridgeMind at a lower cost. We need to be able to strike up a partnership. I need you to launch subagents, and I need you yourself to scour the internet, to search the internet with a bunch of subagents and figure out the best way to approach their teams to figure out how we could get a partnership in this way. For example, I see companies like OpenCode that are able to offer $50 in credits for a $20 subscription. How do they do this? You need to figure this out and then think through how we can do the same thing with BridgeMind, figure out who we need to reach out to, and find the contact emails for these people. You can maybe look at LinkedIn, you can look at the internet, you can find the best ways to do this. I'm not sure how, but you need to figure it out. Don't take any actions, but you need to just search the internet and find the best approach and give me different options. Okay, so we're gonna drop this in, okay, chat? And we're gonna see if we can do this. We're gonna see if we can actually start to do some partnerships. Like, hey, how do we get to $1 million in revenue? This is probably one way to do it. Why are your open clause offline? So these are actually running, I have bridge agents. I'm experimenting with bridge agents, okay? So the Hermes agent here, that's my Hermes agent. Hermes is incredible. And I'm also working on a top secret project called Bridge Agent, okay? And with Bridge Agent, I do see the value in these AI agents with their souls and everything that they have. It's a lot different, okay? Was asking you about your moat earlier, and here you go. Exactly, yes. You should ask AI Grok also 100%. Yes. Okay. So I mean, guys, like, think about this. We could offer, oh my gosh, this is such a good idea. Top secret, so tell everyone on stream. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my go-to. If you guys watch the streams, you guys get the full behind the scenes. I'm not going to make an X post about it, but for the people that watch me live, yes, you guys can hear about it. That's why you watch the streams. So we could make a pitch to NVIDIA. We could make a pitch to all these people. I mean, guys, this is insane. Okay, we are going to take a multi-tiered approach to this. The first thing that I want to do is note that I have a large following on X, and I think that a really good thing to do would be to find people on X that work for these companies and follow them and actually send them a direct message on X that basically is keyed towards getting our foot in the door so that we can offer these credits at a lower cost so that people get more credits and we don't have to pay as much. Okay. The companies that we want to reach out to are the following. All right, so we want to reach out to GLM. We want to reach out to Minimax. We want to reach out to XAI, which I think that Elon would help us with that one. We want to reach out to Anthropic. We want to reach out to OpenAI. We want to reach out to Google. We want to reach out to NVIDIA. Is there anybody that I'm missing? Quen? Is Quen worth it? They provide really good rates for providers. Okay. Dude, you do not need those people. You can download the models from HF and host them yourself at cost. I don't know about that. I'm not going to host the models myself. I mean, I could probably do that. Meta? Nah, not Meta. We don't want Meta. I mean, I think that this is probably a good approach. We are going to be sending them direct messages. We're going to be finding people that work for these companies on X and sending them direct messages. And then we're also going to be emailing the correct people to email from these companies. But what I need you to do is I need you to note what we've been talking about in this conversation and note that we are going to have to connect directly to these providers, and BridgeMind is going to be a provider of these models. And the ultimate goal is we want to be able to have some type of deals in place or some type of credit system where we are able to offer these models at a lower cost because we have a partnership agreement with these companies. And what I want you to do is I want you to basically summarize this so that I can pass it off to other AI agents, but I need you to create a robust README that explains what we're trying to do, what companies we're trying to reach out to, and why, and also explain the BridgeMind crediting system and how we want to be a proxy provider for these models, and note bridge code and BridgePace and everything about BridgeMind. Okay, so look, we'll just create a README here, chat. And honestly, I think that this is very much needed. Apple, Xiaomi, get the exclusive on K 2.6 and you'll become a god. Okay, what did Jeff Knoll say? To be fair, MetaMuse could be interesting just for the novelty. That's true. I mean, this is, you know what's cool, guys, is that, and this is one thing I will say, is that I am very thankful to all of you guys for being a part of the BridgeMind community, because, I mean, what a journey, what a, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible, guys. You know, now, these companies actually want to make partnership agreements with BridgeMind because this is the home of the vibe coding movement. And I think that, hey, if we can get a bunch of Hermes agents that are reaching out, we probably need to get all of these. Like, we literally need to hook up all of these, chat. We need to get these hooked up with, we need to hook up all these and give them all personas and have them work for the company. You know what I mean? Like, this is Vivian over here. So if the guy from NVIDIA reaches out, I'm sorry, I know I told you it was my own employee, but actually it was my AI employee. I'm busted. But the thing is that that's the way that things are headed, is that there will be AI employees and AI agents, and we're just on the cutting edge of it, and we're implementing this because we actually have a practical way to implement it. So, DeepSeek, yeah. I mean, we probably just need to we need to create AI agents that are able to actually reach out. So here's this. Okay, so for example, how could I potentially find people to reach out to with each of these companies on X? What would be the best AI to use for this? Should I just use Grok and try and find accounts? I do have a Grok premium account. I have Super Grok. So should I can you output me a handoff prompt to submit to Grok to find the X accounts of people that are in this space for each company? I need to get my foot in the door. I need to get my foot in the door with all these frontier companies is what needs to happen. All right, hold on. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we'll do this handoff prompt. I'll be right back. All right, I'm literally so fast. All right, let me check up on this Hermes agent and see what the status is here. So the Hermes agent has messaged me back, but it's still working. The Hermes agent is still working. Would you show me his actual email, please? All right, also guys, if you guys are watching the stream and haven't already liked the stream and subscribed, make sure you do so. This is gonna be a 5-hour stream. And right now what we're working on is we're working on a crediting system, okay? And something about the crediting system is that we actually need it to be able to, we need to have partnerships with the company. Yeah, this is amazing. Okay, you can email him back with an email that basically says that I'm in the know and that I would like to meet with him to discuss that soon and ask a question about his availability. I don't want to do that off stream. I'll take care of that off stream. How did I create Bridge Voice? Is there any tutorial? You're gonna have to go back and watch the streams, but it was a process for sure. Okay. Okay, great work, but I now need you to be the one that writes each handoff prompt respectively with each company that we want to form a partnership with. Okay, wait, what did Conda say? Somebody said false. Cloud GPU at rent to provide API tokens can never be profitable, only if you have great system in place and GPU assets. They give up to a 350K. Okay, what's Ty Berry saying here? Okay, hold on. Let's first of all, let's just see if we can find. All right, so we'll do this. So we'll do GLM first, and we'll see if we can find anybody. So I'm gonna go to SuperGrok here and paste this in and see if we can find anybody. So we're just gonna do this and see if we can find anybody with GLM. So it's searching users on X, and here's what we'll do. I'll add people from the company and I'll message them on X to see if we can form partnerships with people on X that work for X company, right? So, for example, Zipu AI, we'll see if we can make a partnership there. Also, how many miles have I walked? Okay. But in the meantime, what do we have to do? What do we have to do in the meantime for this? Okay, let's hold on, let's stop this. Let's sit down for a minute. Sorry about the chords, chat. I know. It's bad. I don't think that paper clip is that good. I've heard about it, but people say it's not that good. Okay. I mean, in the meantime, ZAI for startups. Oh. Oh, we can definitely. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, so look at this, guys. So this one here, did I test KMK 2.6 out yet? No, because I'm going to wait for the open router drop. Yeah, it's not an open router yet. I'm going to wait for open router drop. Okay. Wow, Grok is insane. So let's now do another one of these, right? So that's Zipu. And then we'll do the same thing with... Alright, we'll do the same thing here. Wait, it's too fresh. Actually, let's just keep it in the same... We'll keep it in the same conversation, and then we'll just pass this all off to Comet, and we'll have Comet do the follow-ups and send all the messages. So this is going to be Minimax. So we'll do Minimax. But I think we're going to have to build in, like, Bridge Router. And Bridge Router is going to need... I don't know. Okay. Man, chat. Hold on. Let me check X real quick. I want to do a couple things real quick. Okay. All right. This one has 19,000. That's good. This one has 84,000. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's check BridgeBench real quick. So this is everything that's the marketing perspective, okay? So BridgeBench, this post got 15,000. That's the only post I made on BridgeBench today, was this one right here. It got 15,000 views. So that's fine. All right, but we definitely need to get some partnerships here. So we have... Whoa, what the heck? Grok. Oh, I know why I switched my account. All right, so let's switch back over here. Go back over here. There we go. Okay, so now we have people from Minimax. Let's try that again. Why is it still the same exact size as it was before? It didn't change the size. Okay, let's see what's up with this. So if I do bridge code here, still the same size. I wanted to shrink. What am I making? Currently I'm working on bridge code. Hey, have a good night, Crazy Gamer. Is the 20x plan normal right now? I'm really not even using it. Opus has been unusable lately. Claude Code's been unusable. I'm not even using Claude Code today. What terminal are you launching bridge code in right now? Please tell me the exact terminal app name. I am launching it in Xterm. And that's another cool feature about bridge code, is it literally will ask you follow-up questions. I think we're going to have to create some sort of microservice that's able to handle the load from a bunch of people connecting. Like our current API, if we have to connect it, that's going to be a lot of traffic coming through. So we'll see. When do I plan to start using Claude again? Probably if we... I do think, guys, I do think that we're going to get a new Opus model this week. Can Can't say much about it, but I will just say definitely stay tuned this week. ARR stands for annual recurring revenue. I'm launching an X term. What the heck? Okay. So the next one is going to be, all right, is going to be XAI. Yeah, Spud this week? I think so, yes. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of launches this week, guys. Confirmed official X account. Okay. So we're finding a bunch of people from these different organizations that we can do partnerships with. But the thing is for now, we can still build the mechanism here. But maybe we start out with, I don't know. Maybe we connect directly to them. Okay, let's see. Still no difference. Write a handoff prompt to another agent. All right, this one's working. And we did get that team functionality, which I really like. So you can literally save your teams inside of Bridge Code. I think here, let's just do it, guys. I think we should just send this and just say, hey, let's start out. At the start, maybe you get a little bit less credits with your BridgeMind subscription. But I think this is the way that we need to head. Like, if you want an all-encompassing vibe coding platform, you're also going to have to offer credits, you know? So let's do it. Okay, let's move forward with making it so that with every single BridgeMind plan that it does come with credits. Let me think about this. I think we're going to need to set up a microservice to handle this. I think that's what would be best. To start out, we're not going to have these partnerships with the providers, but that will change over time. We need to make it so that we do keep our profit margins intact. So please note that instead of connecting via OpenRouter, what we're going to do is we are going to connect directly to each provider. And then over time, we'll make partnerships with each provider that allow us to offer these models at lower prices for us personally. But to get started, we need to have a profit margin that is feasible for us. Review this in depth and come up with an approach that will work, because we will need a robust crediting mechanism where we can keep margins at a certain level with each plan. Okay. Toxic said, really enjoying the stream. One thing I'm really curious about, why choose Communicate 2.5 for the local parts of the workflow instead of Gemma 4? Well, Communicate 2.5 is not local parts of the workflow. That's a trillion parameter model. You can't use that. Also, yeah, so hold on. Super Combo, I'm about to send you a DM. Okay, yeah, let's go, Mike. Let's go. Yeah, we still got plenty of time to grind. So what I'm going to do here, guys, this is my strategy. You guys are kind of seeing it unfold as I think through this. So I do think that BridgeMind is now at the place where we are in a position where we can make partnerships and deals with some of these frontier companies. Like, you know, Elon Musk just reposted BridgeBench yesterday. These companies, they know that BridgeMind is the home of the vibe coding movement. So if you can make a partnership with BridgeMind, it's starting to get to the level where that's like a really, really good thing. So what I'm starting to see is that we actually are in a position that we can do these partnerships. And this is the way that I'd like to take BridgeMind, is that, yeah, like we can probably make some pretty good partnerships where we can offer credits at a better level. Silent Spectre, what's up, man? Long time no see. Yeah. He says he's building an app similar to Shazam, but way better and unique. I'm currently deciding, do I go with Cursor or Claude? Probably Claude, because Cursor is like overpriced. I'm just using it right now because I have credits. Do not start by picking public credit numbers. Start by picking a max monthly inference COGS ceiling per plan, then derive credits from that. So, what is this saying? Oh. I mean, with a pro plan, $5 to $6 on a pro plan would get you like one prompt with Claude Opus 4.6. I think we're gonna need to make it like, yeah. What profit margin do you think we should have for each plan? So, respectively, for example, with a pro plan, how much money worth of credits do you think that we should offer to subscribers of that pro plan from a business perspective, from a margin perspective? So this is the issue, is that, hey, you're not gonna have these deals, right, in place, but then over time, we probably can make some pretty good deals with these providers. So look at this though, $24 to $35. That's too high. If people pay for a $200 Ultra plan and they only get $30 in credits, that's not gonna be good. You know what I mean? Thank you, Silent Spectre. I appreciate that, and thank you for the early on support. I'll never forget you, man. Seriously. All right, direct answer on Pro. Include about $5 worth of the actual provider cost. I actually look at it more like this. I think it should be like every plan, we should always be making like at least like, let's say that for the basic plan, maybe a basic plan, you give them $5 worth of credits and you keep it at the same rate, right? Like right now it's saying $1.50 per, like that's not feasible. We won't do that. But I'm willing to take the hit on margins, maybe on max. The problem is once you start introducing the 20% off, if people do these, like, does Cursor have that? Does Cursor have the ability where, like, let's look up Cursor, right? And let's up Cursor pricing page. I want to see this. This will be interesting, guys. So if we go to Cursor pricing, they do have a yearly plan. So this is their pricing. If we do yearly, so you're going from, yeah, they do 20% off. With the same, okay. How are they even doing this? That's insane. I want to do this. Let's start out by setting how much a credit equals in terms of dollars. It's very important that we set this to a strict number and we always stick to that. Well, King Dynasty said can't do anything with $5 for credits, so no reason to include it. But that's not true. Like, I think that we're gonna have to start somewhere. And the point that I'm making is, hey, for example, if I can make some partnership with NVIDIA where we get reduced credits, right? And we can make a partnership with, we're not gonna, it can't be break even. Don't worry about Hung. We're just experimenting with the okay. We literally just created the pricing page. The pricing page, I know it looks bad. Okay. Let's use this skill. All right, we'll pull up Claude Code for this. All right, thank you. Shout out to Hung. I want you to use this skill and then help me update the BridgeMind pricing page respectively with the skill. Okay, we'll do this. But like, let's go back to cursor. So 1 BridgeMind credit equals 1/10 of a penny. So for example, how many credits then would go with the Ultra plan at this rate? It says that 1 credit should be equal to 1/10 of a penny. All right, let's do that then. Okay, let's do that. Let's set it at that. And then I do want to include that credits come with the Pro plan, the Max plan, and the Ultra plan, not the Basic plan. No credits will come with the Basic plan. We'll start there. We'll just start there. Yeah, $5. You buy Cursor Ultra year or month. I have the Ultra plan. Okay. Okay, note that with the Ultra plan, we actually want to give them $150 worth of usage. With the Max plan, we want to give them... Wait, that means if they buy yearly, though, that becomes an issue. $50 worth of usage with the Pro plan at $25 worth of usage. Guys, this absolutely kills our profit margins, is the issue. I think we're gonna have to do it though. Let's just see how that looks. Is your value proposition the tools or the credits? It's both. It's both, right? Like before, let's say it's just tools, right? But the thing is that if you do want to become like a serious competitor in the space, you're gonna have to offer credits too. And kind of what I'm thinking is that, hey, BridgeMind now is positioned in a way where we are able to like make partnerships and deals with these companies. So okay, where's this Claude instance at? Okay, I want you to just now update it. Looks like the pricing and credit system needs debate. Time to try the stochastic multi-agent consensus approach. Yeah. This is why most apps that offer credits take a hit and then make money elsewhere. Harrison said you should not do this, in my opinion. Harrison, why don't you think I should do it? Because like, let's say for example, if I keep this where it is now, right, there will never be a $200 BridgeMind plan, because nobody's going to pay $200 to have access to like these vibe coding tools, right? Because you would just buy a plan, like, let's say that the tool, the underlying tool value, let's say we cap it at $50, right? And we just say, okay, we think that the BridgeMind tools and the ecosystem is worth a $50 a month subscription, right? That means that on every plan, we want to make $50, or we want to make, let's say, $25. Well, we can just set it so that our profit margin, like we can give credits, we can introduce higher level subscriptions, right? So you have the max, you have the ultra that are $100 and $200, and then like that actually turns you into I think that it's saturated already and people are paying to bring their own tools. I don't know. All right, let's just see what this looks like. Let's see what this looks like. Let's just think about this, guys. Let's just think about it. Because we don't have the partnerships now, but we will. Like, Cursor is a multi-billion-dollar company. Like, that's what people have to understand. Like, you're comparing BridgeMind with a multi... How much is Cursor worth, isn't it? How much is Cursor worth? Cursor is worth $29.3 billion. So the fact that you're putting me on the same pedestal as a $29.3 billion company, I think that we're headed in the right direction there. Yeah, so really what we're thinking about right now is we're thinking about introducing 2 new plans, okay? And I do think that we can land partnerships with some of these frontier companies, okay? But what we're debating right now in the chat is, okay, well, right now, maybe BridgeMind doesn't offer... Like, you have... Well, think about OpenCode, for example. They built the harness, and then on top of that, they provide OpenCode Zen. Right? I need you to update the pricing page now so I can see what it will look like. Frederick said, sub, gonna have you in the background. Great music too. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Well, the thing is that BridgeMind is gonna have backing. Like, literally this year. We just haven't done it yet. I don't think it's gonna be that hard to. So... I just want to see, like... Guys, I know what you guys are saying about, hey, these companies lose money. And whatever, right? But the thing is that I think we can actually do quite a bit with this. Yeah. GPT 5.4 does a terrible job on UI. My goodness. Hung said, send agents to a debate room with this for this with fresh context. If you need it, I can send you a skill that I use internally, which helps me to drive growth for a protocol with 5-figure daily volume. Somebody said just decide later after gathering data. Nah, it wouldn't be 30% worth of credit. I think that you guys would honestly be surprised. I think that you guys would be surprised. I will just say that. Like, from my personal experience, I think that you guys would be surprised, right? Like, you guys are in the chat. I appreciate you guys for giving me your thoughts and opinions on this. I will say I'll push back a little bit and just say that the reason that I would think about doing this is because people will buy this. And with the information that I do have, which is the fact that, hey, at some point in 2026, BridgeMind is probably going to be able to raise like significant amounts of money. I think that you guys would be surprised at the amount of money that I could raise right now, but I don't want to do it because we're not ready for that. Because once I turn that on, once I turn that on, the amount of virality that BridgeMind will have, it will be like peak virality. Once I have a lever that I can pull, and once I pull that lever and it goes viral, then there's going to be it's literally like just like a virality lever that I can pull whenever I want to. But the thing is that I don't want to pull it yet because BridgeMind isn't ready. And what you guys are looking at is that lever will be pulled and we will get the backing. But the thing is that we are not there yet, but we need to get there. And one thing that is holding us back is the fact that, yes, BridgeMind is, you have BridgePace, you have Bridge Code, you have Bridge Voice, but something that can be included in that is like, you just add on additional plans that, hey, right now, maybe users aren't able to get as much credits, but the thing is that will change over time. Somebody said Elon Musk reposted the BridgePace tweet. Did I see that? Yes, I did, yes. Then you should give more credits and lose money and earn it back from the virality and partnerships. See, we can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that at this level. I want you to write a handoff prompt that will go into a room of agents that will debate this topic. Guys, I think that we should, I'll think about this off stream. I think that we should focus in a little bit more on bridge code and make some progress there. But you guys are kind of seeing me work on this. This is going to be important. And like I said, hey, I'll see what I can do with actually starting to get some of these partnerships. But hey, you are in a position, and I just say this like just very, very like just like straightforward. When you're in a position where Elon Musk is reposting BridgeBench, when you have the amount of publicity and the marketing arm that BridgeMind does in the market positioning, where this is the home of the vibe coding movement, BridgeBench is the #1 vibe coding benchmark. When you have that, you start to be able to make partnerships and get your foot in the door places that I wouldn't have been able to, let's say, 6 months ago, right? And I will just say that I think that we're going to want to look into this and take it seriously, because if we do that, if we pull that, yeah, if you can get a Grok plan from Elon, that will be the biggest sell point, 100%. Grok plans? It's a high value product. I think you should add both and add an enterprise option, but it's always up to you. Trust your gut. Yes. Yeah, it's hard competing with billion-dollar companies, but here's the thing. We're not trying to be a billion-dollar company. We're trying to first be a million-dollar company. And that's what I want to say is we may not be able to get to a billion-dollar company, but look at the title of the stream. Okay? And look at the amount of ARR that we're at. Okay? And like I said, people early in the day, they used to say, this is a, what did they used to say? Early in the journey, they would say, this is a gimmick, this is satire. That's what people used to say about what I was doing here. And then people started to realize, like, oh, this guy's actually like being serious. Like, he's gonna vibe code an app until he makes $1 million. And yes, that's what I'm gonna do. And as you guys know, I don't want to be a content creator. I'm doing this to prove what's possible and to help pioneer the vibe coding movement and to lead the vibe coding movement. It's one of my biggest passions in my life. So, you know, I think like let's we'll deal with this a little bit more off stream. Here's our past sessions here. So it does look like this is working. So let's kind of clean this up a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I think that what you guys are seeing is it's like, hey, if we add in a coding plan, I think that we would get to that $1 million in ARR a lot faster than you may anticipate, right? I need you to review this screenshot and note that this responsiveness for this here is terrible. Launch 2 sub-agents and review bridge code CLI, figure out where this is coming from and update the styling of it so that it is truncated and it is in line and doesn't wrap. All right, Josh said from a product perspective, you can't beat them. It's better to pick something where you have a competitive advantage on the product side, in my opinion. Yes, but the thing is how many more people are you gonna bring in to BridgeMind subscriptions if it actually does come with a coding plan? And you will be able to compete with them once you do make those sponsorships and those offers. So for example, if I'm thinking about it from my perspective, I know I'm gonna pull this lever at some point and that's going to get better. The credits are going to get better and that's going to lead to more revenue. But to start out, you offer less credits. People will still buy. Yeah, it's not as much credits. It makes complete sense. All of your guys' points in the chat, 100%. I'm totally with you guys. But is it potentially good to explore what would it look like with actual like accrediting plan, right? And I think that you guys would be surprised. Well, Josh, that's exactly what we're kind of talking about, though. Is that those profit margins are going to be able to get better. All right, let's drop in bridge code CLI here. I need you to launch 3 sub-agents and do a complete deep dive on bridge code CLI and the BridgeMind API. And note that we do want this to be a downloadable NPM package, a private NPM package, but we need to figure out how we are going to properly off-guard bridge code CLI so that only users with a BridgeMind subscription are able to use it. How would we do this? I need you to do an in-depth review with sub-agents and come up with a structured plan of how we would do this and help me understand how this would work. Give me different options and your recommendation. Yeah, so whoever in the chat said, I saw on Twitter that most of your ARR comes from a meme coin or something. So that is completely inaccurate. So if you guys see that, it's completely false. All of the ARR comes from BridgeMind subscriptions. So I will show you right now the Stripe revenue dashboard. Let's pull up Stripe. So far today, yesterday we made $1,248. So far today, we've made $245. Let's go check out the revenue dashboard directly from Stripe. So if we pull up the revenue dashboard inside of Stripe, the MRR, 5,428, the ARR, 65,145. So the ARR comes from 3 different places. So we have BridgeMind. We also have View Creator. So if we go over to View Creator, and we go to revenue inside of View Creator, this is another platform that we have, and ARR over on View Creator is $12,479 on View Creator. And then if we go over to Vibe Academy, that's the 3rd revenue driver. And this is, I think it's about 1,000. We're just kind of getting off the ground now, but 1,368. So this is directly from the Stripe dashboard. So if you see anybody saying that, it's false. And the integrity of this mission is the most important, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to prove what's possible. And if like, there's so many people that they'll just like falsify that. One example is Alex Finn, who says, I made a 300,000 app and then never shows anything. It's totally false. The guy just lies, and he's a content creator. He made it up, and he now uses that as his sell point to sell his courses. Nobody with a school course has a $300,000 app. Okay. Let's just Let's see this. Let's see if Alex Finn has a school course. Alex Finn, apparently he made a 300,000 app. I built a $300,000 a year AI app without writing a single line of code. Okay, so he's going to show you how to do the same. Wow, he 300,000. That's pretty impressive. Let's see here. Oh, whoa. Well, what's this? Hold up here. Let's go check out his X. Oh. Oh, wow. I can, for $97 a month, I can learn how to make a $300,000 app. Wow. I wonder why this guy isn't working on his $300,000 app and he's selling courses instead. That's interesting. So, you guys get my point. Okay. All right, let's see if this is working now. Okay, that looks a lot better. So here are, we now did fix that. I will say Opus 4.6 did a very good job with this. So we launched Bridge Code here. This looks good. If we do sessions, this does look a lot better. Okay. Note, if you look at this, it's also including the sub-agent sessions. Review this and help me figure out how we can make it so that it's just the top line session. You can see that it's including sub-agents in this. We don't want to include sub-agents in the session's history. Figure out why this is being included and fix it so that it's just the overarching conversation that's included that users can relaunch inside of recent sessions. Hypertech, what's up? How's it going? Good to see you. All right. So you guys can see it's including sub-agents, which we don't want. Okay, so here's the recommendation. So it says ship a public bridge code NPM package plus device code OAuth plus short JWT refresh plus server-side requires subscription gating. Reuses 100% of the existing API auth infrastructure. Okay, we're going to want to do this for sure. Okay, I now need you to build a structured implementation plan for this. We actually need to get this deployed to NPM so that users are actually able to download this on their machine, but we need to actually build in the OAuth and auth and subscription gating mechanism in before we do that. I mean, honestly, guys, we're actually, technically, we're going to be able to make it so that, I mean, maybe even today, I may do it off stream because I don't want to, I don't want it to be available today, but we are going to get to the point where, hold on, Tide Barry, you got to not spam. Oh, I see what you mean. I'll think about that, Tideberry. Thank you. All right, so it says that this is fixed. So let's go to Bridge Code again and see if that session's now perfect. One shot, nice. I want you to look at the BridgeMind logo symbol. Somebody said, how much do I get revenue from YouTube? So first of all, none, not a single dollar that you guys see in the ARR comes from anywhere except Stripe subscriptions. Everything that you see in the ARR comes from Stripe. You guys know I show this multiple times every single day, so that you guys are just full transparency is the goal. We need to shrink this by about 50%, figure out how we could do this, and update accordingly. Gelgon, what's up? Yeah, those who can't build sell the dream of building. That's very true. What happened to Goalpost? Goalpost is like, it's the very first thing that I worked on. That's like how I started the series. And we got it launched in like less than 10 days. But you know what's interesting? It's like, I think that, like, first of all, the reason I deprecated it was because it costs $100 to be able to host the infrastructure, and I like wasn't even pursuing it, right? So I deprecated it. If I could have gone back and realized, oh, like I didn't know that BridgeMind was going to get this big, I would have just paid for the hosting cost. But at the time, I was like, I'm not even like pushing it or marketing it. I'll just pull down the infrastructure for it. So I pulled down the AWS infra for it. I'm no longer hosting it. Let's go, Mike. 1 hour left. Let's go. Let's go. Let's drop a 40 bomb real quick, chat. Who's with me? Anybody that's in the chat, let's knock out some push-ups, and then let's walk a little bit on the treadmill. Let's get the energy back up, chat. Let's go. I know the chords. Chord hell, yes. Let's go, chat. Let's go. All right, let's go another mile. 80 bomb. I used to drop 80 bombs back in the day. All right, which subscription tier should gate bridge code access? All right, pro only. Oops. All right, what NPM package name should we publish under? Definitely this. All right, so should the initial release support the bridge code API key or CI headless use? We'll just ship both. Do both. How do you manage parallel agents when the task is dependent on the first agent to finish? Want to learn reading that. Well, first of all, like, you have to know that. You have to know, as a developer, which needs to be done first. And you can have a task list. So, and speaking of which, that actually is a great idea. I want you to note that Claude Code has a really good feature where it's able to create to-do lists where basically it has a list of to-dos that it's able to knock out. Cursor also has this, to-do lists, that show and are able to get checked off, or it's a task list. So for example, let's say that I ask Bridge Code to do something, it's able to know and create a task list that actually shows in the terminal UI. I really like that. Launch 3 sub-agents to do a deep dive into the Bridge Code CLI and figure out how we could implement this. This would be a new tool so that it would show a task list, and then as the tasks are completed, it's able to check them off, and users are able to see this. Review with 3 deep dive agents and create a structured implementation plan for this. Okay. I'm using CleanShot X. How do I not run out of credits or usage? I have like max plans everywhere. So I spent $1,000 a month on AI. I have pretty much have unlimited AI usage. Dispatch for bridge code, so tasks can be given from phone. Let's explore it. How hard is that though? You know what I mean? Like how difficult is that? I want you to launch 5 deep dive agents to review bridge code CLI and then review dispatch. And note that a lot of people like to be able to code from their phone. And what I need you to do is I need you to figure out how, I think that's too difficult. Dispatch for bridge code? What app would that even integrate with? Totally unrelated topic, but what's the best degrees to have right now? The best degree to have is no degree. I do not recommend college to anybody. Don't get a degree. I have 7 credit hours left on my degree, and I probably won't even finish. I don't care. It's worthless. Somebody comes to me with a degree, instantly, I'm like, honestly, I would be more in tune to hiring somebody that is a dropout than hiring somebody that finished their degree and comes to me and says, well, I graduated from Harvard. Dude, I do not care. I don't know if that's bad to say, but it's like, hey, like to some extent, I think that we got to get past this idea that, okay, yes, let's begin implementing. You know, this idea that you need to have a degree to be able to be a productive member of society is just absolutely insane. Yeah, I went to Purdue. I messaged your Telegram, but it's super easy to integrate to do this. Okay, we'll do it. So shout out to F4 in the chat. He said it's actually super easy to integrate. Okay, Claude Code Dispatch. All right, hold on. Paperclip? No. As the user is connected via a login, it could be managed via API and WebSockets. Okay, yeah, we'll launch 5 deep dive agents to see it, to just explore it and see what we could potentially do with this. Also, I will say, I did like what was accomplished by one of these agents here with Opus. Okay, hold on. Let's close this real quick. Let's close this one as well. Just clean up our workspace a little bit. Bridge code. Do you guys like this? I mean, you can't tell that it's a little bit too big in my opinion, but we can get it better. Somebody said, why is this strawberry guy so popular? All right, here's something I will say, guys. All right, I'm gonna tell you guys a secret. Okay, I'm not gonna look at the camera. This is gonna be top secret. It's not me talking, okay? It's AI.
Opus 4.7 is coming.
Who said that? Not me. No evidence that I said that. I don't. Do you guys hear anything? Yeah, college isn't. I'm not even kidding. The last one of the like my last. I went to college like. Okay, I actually have an interesting story for you guys. So as you guys know, this is a really cool story. I haven't told this story in a while. If you guys are OGs to BridgeMind, you guys may remember me telling this story. Yes, begin working on this. So all these agents, we got a couple agents working for us. So my last semester at Purdue, as you guys know, this is my 3rd startup, and my 2nd startup was an online therapy company, and I dropped out completely because it had like investor funding. We had a bunch of employees. I was the CEO, and I wrote 2 million lines of code in 6 months to be able to build the MVP for this therapy platform, okay? And, you know, it was really interesting because I had to drop out for this. But, you know, I had a 6-month period where I was trying to figure out what to do next, right? And I did some traveling. I went out to Colorado to just kind of like train for triathlon and figure out what I wanted to do next. But I came back and I decided that I wanted to finish my degree, actually. I was like, you know what? I will finish my degree. Just be done with it. I only have a couple credit hours left. Let's finish it to just be done with it because I didn't have any left, right? So I was supposed to graduate in December of 2025. But BridgeMind started to take off, okay? Like, it wasn't even like, I saw it when it was at 2,000 subscribers and the growth rate that it had, I was like, oh wow, this is gonna send. I was like, this is like perfect for my personality, and this is like definitely what I'm gonna be able to do with my life, okay? So I was like set on dropping out again to pursue this. And I actually sat down with my professors and I was like, listen, I've got this business. What can I do to pass the class? I just want, like, what can I do? And there was this one professor that was actually like super, super cool. He was like, this is a business school. You know, if we're not, you know, putting you in a position where you can be successful with your business, then we must not be a good business school. And he told me, he was like, I'll give you a C as long as you show up like once every other week. So like at the end of last year, all I had to do was go once every other week to Purdue. And the professor one day, he comes up to me like 15 minutes before the class and he was like, hey, he was like, would you want to teach the class today? And basically tell them about AI and teach them about AI and tell them about everything that you're doing. I was like, literally 15 minutes before the class, I was like, all right, I guess I'm teaching the class today. So, you know, it's funny because obviously I'd been live streaming for maybe like 2 months at that point, 3 months. And it was just like the same thing. Like, it was like I was live streaming, but in real life, you know, and I was like teaching, I mean, and it was a bunch of college kids, so they didn't really care. But, you know, it was just interesting that I had that opportunity, but literally I would go in, right? And he would have me take the test. Like, he would have me take the exam. And it was so funny because I had no idea what was going on in this class. It was just like an upper level finance class. It was a decently hard class, but he would have me take the exams, and he would be like, he would have me take the exams, even though he told me that he would give me a C, right? And I would take the exam, and I would literally get like an 18% on the exam, or like a 25%, because I would just like click random things, and I'd be like, all right, I'm done. And he'd be like, what'd you get? And he'd like have this smirk on his face, and I'd be like, I got a 30%. And he'd be like, it's okay, like I'll give you a C. And that was just like really cool. And after the semester ended, this professor, he said, I'll invest $100,000 into your business. And he was like, I don't care how much equity it's for. I just want to like support you and like basically like help you and like, invest in your dream, right? And he offered me $100,000, and I actually said no. I turned it down because, and I've repeated this before, is like there is a lever. I can pull those levers for raising money easier than you guys may think, because of just prior connections and whatnot. But my point with that is that, that was just a really interesting experience, right? It was a really interesting experience. And one of the biggest reasons that I don't want to bring in outside investors is because I learned this from my last business. Once you start to bring in, like, I can literally pull up the email. It's so funny how people will just hate on you no matter what. Yeah, I can literally pull up the email if you guys want to see it. But this, like, that was a really cool experience. And like, what I learned from my last business is that once you start to bring in outside investors, once it starts to be other people's money, then the company becomes less yours, and you have less freedom to be able to basically lead the company in the direction that you actually want to lead it. And I will say this, I want to be able to lead BridgeMind in whatever direction I want. And one of the biggest reasons why I haven't taken any capital or any investment from anybody else in the business so far, I've made a $5,000 investment initially to get it off the ground a little bit, and then once it started to make money, I put another $25,000 into the company. Okay, and now the company's profitable, and now we're moving forward, right? But the thing is if I take money from a private equity group, if I take money from an independent angel investor, whatever it may be, as soon as I take that money, the company's less mine because now I'm dealing with somebody else's money, okay? And I'm saying that from experience. No, Super Combo said just always hold 50%, 51%. Even if it's a minute amount of the company, those investors will have a say and they will have influence in what you do. Yes, proceed with phase 2. How difficult is this and what applications can it integrate with? So like, that's just my experience. I just wanted to share that with you guys where it's like, hey, as soon as you a big part of this for me is it's not about the money for me. I've got plenty of money and I have plenty of freedom, and for me, it's more about being able to prove what's possible. And I think that like I'm on a mission. And if you guys go back to the My Vision video, it's literally a 3-year-old dream, a vision that I had when I was 20 years old in my college dorm room to do what we're doing right now. You guys can literally watch the video. And it's pretty cool. If you guys just look up My Vision, BridgeMind, it's like a 3-minute video, 4-minute video of talking about all this. And so I'll just like share this because like as soon as I take that money, as soon as I pull that lever, which I probably will pull it in 2026, but it will send the virality through the absolute roof, and it will send the demand for BridgeMind through the absolute roof. And I just don't know. It's like, for me, I'd rather make less money. I'd rather not have the stress and the weight on my shoulders than have more money. And that's just a big thing for me personally, is that like I think a lot of people, they see like the title of the video like, oh, vibe cleaning and appetite make $1 million, and they're like, oh, it's all about the money. No, it's not. And I think for me to just be able to wake up and to enjoy what I do and to not feel like super overstressed is definitely a big thing. And being able to lead the company, lead the community in whatever way I choose is also a big thing. And as soon as I bring on outside investors, that will change, unless I'm able to bring BridgeMind to the point where it's so big, where the community is so large, where the revenue is so substantial that when outside investors do come in, I have full range to do exactly what I want because I built it up without their influence. And they're like, just let this kid run. You know what I mean? Like, that is my vision, is like, let this guy do what he wants, because obviously he's doing something right. And that's what I want to get to, is to that level. Is like, just let this, I don't know what this kid's doing, because I'm 23, right? Like, I'm relatively young, is the thing. Is like, compared to, yes, proceed with phase 3, I am very young. For my age to have like this level of success at my age, it is out of the norm. I'm not saying that in an arrogant way. I'm just saying it in a way of like, hey, 23 is very young. I think that even 28 is very young. And I'm sure that there's people that are watching that are much older that are like, yeah, it's young. And like, that's something that I've learned, is that, you know, when I was, I don't know. How difficult is this? How long do you think it would take to build, and how many lines of code? What led me to create BridgeMind? Why is the BridgeMind logo so vertical? Yeah, I'm trying to fix this. Let's actually launch another agent to see, like, I don't know why it wasn't able to fix it that time. Yeah. Do an in-depth review of this screenshot and note that it is way too vertical and we need to shrink it by about 50%, both height and width-wise. Review this and figure out how we can do this without affecting the actual look of it, because it actually is doing a pretty good job of looking like the logo. I think that Linux, it does support on Linux, but I'm pretty sure it's a little bit buggier on Linux. I've tested it on my Linux machine. You guys will have to let me know how buggy it is on Linux, and if you guys are on Linux, then we can adjust some bugs and whatnot. But Matthew, as you're building live, how do you make the better decisions for BridgeMind and for yourself overall? Yeah, so most of my work does get done off stream. I will say that, like, this is, yes, let's proceed with phase 4. So this is one thing I will say, is that this does take up a very substantial portion of my life. It's very high stress. I think that anybody that does live streams that has seen that knows, okay, like 164 days of live streaming. And like, for example, I streamed yesterday, I streamed today, I'm going to stream tomorrow. I also make content. I also put out shorts. I also build all of this software. Like, some people ask me, they're like, how do you even get all this done, right? And I will just say this, like, this is a very difficult thing that I'm doing. Can I show you off screen on a call how you can test Linux on your setup through a virtual machine? So Ultimate Shots, I actually really appreciate that, but I will say this, I did figure it out. I was testing it through, it's the Windows App Manager, and I did figure out how to SSH into it, and I have it working, and I was testing it actually on my DJX Spark behind me. So I do have that working, so thank you. I did get that working though. But I will say this, like, even this morning, I was like, I will say this, like, it's hard. It's hard. I'll just say that, chat. Like, if you guys watch and you guys are part of the streams, you see it, like, I just want you guys to know it is hard. But the thing is nothing that wasn't hard is even worth doing. So, you know, but I will tell you that, like, the stuff that I do, all the work, the X, YouTube, Discord, building the software, solving bugs, engaging with people, it literally is like a 24/7 set, like, job. And I'm putting in like 80 to 90 hour weeks. And I'm giving it my best. I'm giving it my absolute best. Because I think that it's going to pay off in the end, for sure. I think it will. So. I am using 4.6 right now. Guys, I will say this. Let's actually make this post. Guys, check this out. Where was it? Where was this? Okay, it was right here. Okay. So guys, do you see this? So we did run Opus 4.6 through the BridgeMind hallucination benchmark. We probably should make a post on this. I now want you to add these results to the BridgeBench UI and label it Claude Opus 4.6 April 14th and add it to the BridgeBench UI. All right, here's what we're gonna do. So I did retest Opus 4.6 today, and it did score 4% higher on this benchmark. It scored 4% higher. And we should probably make an X post about that, because that can probably generate maybe like 20,000 views minimum. Is Opus better today? Yeah, so I would say yes. Maik said, can you explain what the hard part is? I would say that the hard part is, honestly, the hardest thing is the streaming. Because I love building software. Like, like I said, I'm a vibe coder, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a builder first. And then the live streaming is what I had to do as part of my overall vision. You know, if you guys go watch my vision video, you guys will know that. Like, this was part of the overall vision. So, okay, great work. I now want to test this. Would you help me think through how I can actually test this? So the hardest part is the streaming, for sure. And it's everything together. Like, I think that, hey, if you just stream, then yeah, like, you can stream 3 hours a day, or you can stream 4 or 5 hours a day. We're doing 5 hours today, right? So you can stream 5 hours a day. But then when you add on top of that, things like, oh, you have to stream 5 hours, but you also have to make a 30-minute YouTube video. And then, oh, you have to stream 5 hours, you have to make a 30-minute YouTube video, and, by the way, you have to then code 6 hours off stream. Hey, you gotta stream for 5 hours, and you've got to code 6 hours off stream. You have to make a 30-minute YouTube video, but hey, you also have to, like, have communicate, like, with your family and not cut everyone off. right? Like you need to have a life, and you need to take care of your family. Like for example, this morning, I took my dad to the doctor's office. He had a doctor's appointment. So this morning I woke up early, got a little bit of work done, made some X posts. That's another thing. Hey, you gotta stream for 5 hours. You gotta make a 30-minute YouTube video. You gotta code 6 hours off stream. And oh, by the way, you have to figure out what's trending on X and figure out how you can make a post that's going to be able to add your put you in that conversation. Add that to the list. It's all these things together. Hey, you have to figure out how to do all this and then also be in a relationship. I think that, and that's the thing is that, hey, like, that's just life, right? Like, that's just life. And like, that's what you're going to have to do. And the thing is like, yeah, there's a lot of people that, they'll be in a situation and they'll just, like cut off their whole family, or they will just be like super selfish and narcissistic. And that's not what I want to become. I want to be able to take care of the people that are in my personal life and be able to, have relationships and whatnot. And also, be able to build the business, and it can be difficult at times. Super Combo said, I think X is the most difficult part. Okay, yeah, well, Super Combo, it's not as difficult when I've got you to DM, bro. Shout out to Super Combo. He actually always pings me when something is going on, and actually, he is, I don't know if you guys know he's a moderator. He's been around for a long time. But he is one of the most useful resources that I have when it comes to, like, he'll ping me about stuff that's going on. And I'm not kidding, like, some of the posts that I've made on X have been, like, they've been kind of like, hey, like, Super Combo's like, hey, like, this is going on right now, like, just so you know. And I'm like, all right, cool, let me see. And then I make a post and it'll run up, like, numbers, So shout out to Super Combo, because he actually has been a huge help in that way. So thank you, man. I appreciate that. Okay, OX Render said, what would you recommend to a 20-year-old guy on what to start building today? Like, I'm so lost what to build with Claude. I have the max plan. Well, I will say this. If you're 20 years old, and I think I say this same thing to myself, right? Like, the first thing that you need to say is, hey, you need to recognize that you are very young, and anything that you do at that young age is going to be amplified if you're able to be consistent with it, okay? What we're working on right now is we're working on bridge code. Okay, it looks like this... Hold on, this is still failing here. Hold on, let's... Okay, so for example, how would somebody invoke this? Mike, yeah, Mike's got it tough. I remember you talking about that too. Okay. So this is how it's... Okay, this is what it's saying for the phone setup. I mean, we can try and build it. What model am I relying on the most right now? It's up in the air right now. Well, guys, here's the thing, okay? Wait, hold on. Stream's getting cut off. Opus 4.7 is coming. Who said that? Who said that? I think we're about to get some frontier models, chat. And they're about to come out. Like this week. We're gonna get frontier models this week. So I will say this, the models are getting a little bit worse because I think they're getting prepared to launch. Also, let's check this out. It says if I run bridge code login. Okay, what is going on here? So I said bridge code login. Review this. Why is this not working? I think we're going to get Opus 4.7 this week, and I also think we're going to get Spud. Think about the last drop with GPT 5.3 Codex and then Opus 4.6. As you guys remember, they dropped the same day. And I think that if I have a prediction, I'm going to predict this Thursday for a drop. I'm gonna predict this Thursday, chat. Thursday. Okay, let me see this here. Okay, it looks like it's saying, it's giving me 403. We need to test it on the dev server, though. You are trying to test it on the production servers. We should first be testing this on the local servers. For example, I currently am running the API on localhost 8080. So we need to make sure that this actually has the correct environment variable set. Oh, okay, I literally see it here. Okay, let me fix this. Okay, so we need to set some environment variables here. So let's do this real quick. How do I not get distracted? Like, where's my phone? Who is this guy? Minimax 3? Nah, I mean, we might get Minimax 3. I don't think we are. Okay, let me pull up. But yes, I have on good authority that we're going to get some frontier models this week. I'm a man of the people. What can I say? All right. So I'm going to do new file here. Okay, it goes in a .env file, or where does this go? Would you add a .env .example file? Wait, hold on. Do we need a... Don't forget Mini 2.6. Yes. Can make 2.6. Yes. Jack, I will, man. Jackie, yeah, you know it. All right, so runtime, environment variables. All right, so I've never built a CLI, so this is, I'm trying to understand this. So it says that, okay, so the CLI itself doesn't need it. Not needed. Environment variable credentials are written to configure bridge code after bridge code login. Okay, great. So I need you to be the one that actually sets these values locally. And then I need you to think through how, when we actually commit this to production, how this will be set so that it's set to the correct production environment variables. But I need you to set all these vars locally so that we can actually test this. So we're trying to get this auth mechanism working, and this is the biggest goal of today. We will definitely be able to get it knocked out. The max and ultra plans, that was easy, and then the crediting system, that's easy as well. But I need to debate that a little bit off stream and figure out what the approach is going to be there, and how we're going to approach that. Tech in our world said, thank you for motivating me to get going on my dreams and goals. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm glad that I'm helping. Python said that's what this community is for. Keep on grinding. Let's go, Python. After using Hermes Agent, can you explain what makes it better than just talking to Claude or ChatGPT directly? I'm still trying to understand. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a real world use case, okay? And you guys saw it on stream today. If you guys have watched the stream, I used my Hermes Agent to successfully close a sponsorship deal with NVIDIA. I haven't publicly announced this yet, but I am going to be getting a second DGX Spark. And my Hermes agent was able to do the communication with this representative from NVIDIA. And literally the Hermes agent that I have running, it's set up with a soul, a personality, it has skills, and it's hooked up with its own email. So I've called this agent Vivian, and Vivian is the sponsorship and partnership management person for BridgeMind. And it does cold outreach for me. It sends cold emails to close sponsorships. And basically, I just closed my first $5,000 sponsorship with NVIDIA. They're sending me a free DGX Spark, right? So now we're going to have 2 DGX Sparks. More updates on that. You know, we'll see. So that's a big one. So that's like a real world use case where, hey, I did that. My my Hermes agent managed it for me. And like, that's like pretty big, right? It's like, what local models have I tried with OpenClaw? Honestly, I am not a big, first of all, I'm not a big OpenClaw fan. Second of all, so I'm using Hermes, and the open source models, these are not as capable, like obviously like not even close, but it's like, why would I not use my GPT 5.4 subscription instead of just using like, why would I use a local model instead of GPT 5.4 if I can use that? I already have the you know, I have everything I need. So it's just like kind of interesting. Hold on, I'm gonna move this out. Just went another mile. Let's go. I don't know. We got to get to 600 likes for the piano performance. I don't know if we're gonna hit it. We got 28 minutes left, chat. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is it needs to be able to paste in all the values so I can do a bridge code login. So what we're doing here is we are going to off guard bridge code so that only BridgeMind subscribers are able to use this, like actual people that use our subscription, right? So what we're going to do is we're trying to get so I can do bridge code login. And you can see, there we go. So now it's actually setting these correctly this time. And so now I should be able to do a bridge code login. All right, perfect. So this should work now. All right, let's see. I'm still getting this issue. Bridge code. All right, check this out, guys. So I say bridge code login. And then it's giving me a 403 forbidden. I am testing this locally first, and it is still not working. Review this and figure out what is causing this. I thought that after these updates it would work locally. We need to get it working locally. Mark said you don't want OpenAI stealing your ideas. Yeah. Yeah, I will definitely say we obviously have, you know, people are listening. People are watching BridgeMind. Elon Musk. You know, it's just crazy. And that's one thing I will say is, like, nothing that you do with work should ever replace the people that are important to you in life. Like, for example, if you told me BridgeMind goes away tomorrow, you're no longer going to be the founder and CEO of BridgeMind, it goes away tomorrow, I would be okay with that. I would say, yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay without BridgeMind. And I'm okay being myself. I'm okay being Matthew Miller. Matthew Miller, like, that is not, you know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of people, they get their egos tied up into who they are, what they do. And at the end of the day, I think if you took BridgeMind away from me tomorrow, I would be okay with it. You know? And like, just kind of an interesting concept. Like, there's much more, there are more important things to life than just work and what you do for your career. So if you're like a jerk and you're a successful jerk, you know, like, it's just not worth it. So. Yeah. What plan and what Mac are you on? I'm on a M3 Ultra with 96 gigabytes of RAM. Use cursor debug mode. Yeah, I look at this. I think it's the CSRF issues here. And then it looks like there's a table that has not yet run. So let's do it. Let's let it do its thing, and then we'll see here. Okay, I think this should work. It's saying to test end-to-end. It's saying that if I do bridge code login, it'll open in the browser. Let's see. Hey, let's go. Let's go, chat. All right, it did open up. It went to the wrong page, but that's the authentication system, which is great. Okay, did we build this into the front end? Also, where do you think this authentication, shouldn't this authentication system be in the main site at, which runs locally on localhost 3000? Open that link. Yeah, well, this is what I got. It opened here and it's a page not found. This is what's going on here. So it's page not found. So we need to, oh, it built it at, okay, it's just got to change the environment variable. So if I do change this to this, wow. Awesome. The UI sucks, but that is so sick, chat. I now need you to use the front-end design skill and actually update it so that it uses the BridgeMind theme and styling. Review the image. You will note that I can't read the text or anything. Update this accordingly. Okay, oh. Hold up. So Super Combo did just send something. Alright, you can now run multiple Claude sessions side by side from one window with a new sidebar to manage them all. Ah, I see what they're doing here. They're like, yeah, these guys they like to run, let's see this here. Wait, a new desktop app. Oh, is this for Claude Code or what is this? I mean, this is like the Codeex app, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'll have to test that out. Okay. Alright, it says that it found the bug. Okay, cool. Yeah, we don't have to worry about the hash key yet because we haven't deployed it yet. All right, this tweet has 23,000. All right, yeah, I think this is gonna do pretty well. Yeah, this is the tweet that I put out about bridge code. I think this will be pretty good. I think we'll have to launch on Product Hunt and stuff, but this is gonna be a really big week for us, guys, because we're gonna get new frontier models. We're gonna launch bridge code, which will probably be good to launch it while these frontier models are launching too. How do I get it working? What do you mean? Okay, this looks good. So the reason that we're kind of, okay, I think that this is done now. Let's test this. So if I do bridge code login, it's gonna open it up. It's still sending me to port 3001. I need you to update bridge code so that it sends me to the correct URL locally. It's still sending me to port 3001. Fix this. Okay. All right, so here's where I'm at. Let's see if it fixed the UI issue. Okay, it did. Oh my gosh. Claude Code, what is up? All right, so I'm just gonna click approve. Unable to complete that action. Please try again shortly. Oh, hey, wait, it worked. Okay, we have 500 errors. Ah, it restarted. But I did get this. It said bridge code CLI connected. Alright, hold on. Yeah, yeah, that button is not good. Okay, so now, okay, let's try bridge code login. We'll worry about the button later. Actually, we'll just do a quick UI thing right now. Let's drop it in this one. Check out the UI on this page and look at the lookup button. You need to fix this. Look at how bad it looks. Fix. Okay, we're going to approve. All right, so it says approved, but then internal error exception is what we got. So let's go over here, grab the logs for reference. So it's giving us a 500 error. I need you to review the logs. We were able to authorize via the browser, but then I got these errors in the API. Why did this happen? Review and fix. All right. So once we get this working, we will be able to get, we'll be able to ship this to NPM. I'll probably do this off stream tonight. Vanessa said, what did I miss? So what we're doing is bridge code. We are now actually like, we're getting it positioned for production. So like, I think that that's going to be one of the biggest things that we need to work on is like, we have to get this in a position where it's actually ready to get pushed to production, where people can just run, you know, npm install bridge code, and it's able to install it. And that's going to take some troubleshooting. I've never actually launched a CLI tool before, so we're going to have to work on that. So it looks like it did fix this. Let's launch bridge code login again and see if this works. So I do confirm. And it says waiting for browser approval, and another error here. Oops. Okay, so we just got another error. Let's see what the error was this time. Oh. What do these environment variables need to be equal to? Just output it here in the terminal. All right. So I need to add the environment variables. Okay. Super Combo said that it seems like Anthropic is cleaning up some things up for a massive model release. Not really, Oxrunner, because there's a piece of the pie, you know. Hello. Did you set them or what? The heck? Jeez. Okay. Okay, I had to generate them. Okay, I'm gonna set my environment variable real quick and then we'll be good. Okay, I have them set. Perfect. Okay. Okay, we should be good here now to test. So I'm going to go over to this. npm run start dev. So the API is now restarted. Let's give it a second. Okay, now let's go back over to bridge code. Log in. All right, approve. Let's see. Hey, look at that, chat. Signed in, pro. Let's go. All right, so now we're actually signed in. So now if I launch bridge code, let's go. Let's go. Okay, and now can I run like a log out? Hold on, let's make it so that we can do that. Great work. This is now working. Would you now create some sort of log out command that we can do inside of bridge code as well now that we have this auth mechanism working? All right, so we do have the auth mechanism working. We do have it subscription guarded, which is literally exactly what we needed. So that's actually a huge win. It's huge. Yeah. Yeah, so Opus 4.7 is going to launch. You guys can see it's starting to get bigger. Look at this. Grok 4.2 tops BridgeBench with strong reasoning and speed. 23,000 posts. That's so sick. All right. Okay. Where is this at now? I want to check this real quick. Hold on, where did that one test that we did go? Oh. Did this not? Okay, I want to add this result from Opus 4.6. Yeah, there's a lot of features that are coming to bridge code that are just not available in Claude Code or Codex. And it's gonna only get better is the exciting part too. Eber said at this point, haters should be completely ignored, yeah. Wait, why not use OAuth? I do use OAuth, but the thing is that the mechanism with like a CLI tool is different. Like I do have OAuth, but it's different. Like look at this. So I do have OAuth. If you go to log in, I literally if you go to log in on BridgeMind, you'll see we do have Google and Apple as well. Okay, it was added. Okay, great work. I now need you to run npm run build and fix any build errors. Okay, so this is, I'm about to make a viral X post. And you guys are gonna see how I do it. And then you guys can actually help me get it with some early traction. But this is part of what we do for marketing. So watch this. This one will run up at least 50,000 views. So I'm gonna cd into BridgeBench UI. I'm gonna run npm run dev. And then we're going to take a look at basically what I'm going to post here in a second. So you guys are seeing this firsthand. So look at this, guys. So this is what's about to go viral. So Claude Opus 4.6 now is scoring higher on the reasoning benchmark. You guys see this? So on the 12th, it was right here. It scored 73.3, and today it scored... Wait, the fabrication on this, hold on. So 68.3. Accuracy, 33% fabrication. Today, 29.1% fabrication. So what that means is that they actually, I mean, you guys can literally guaranteed that somewhere at Anthropic over the weekend, in the past couple days, they have been in a board meeting and they pulled up BridgeBench and they were looking at it in a boardroom, and they're like, "Hey guys, so what's going on the internet right now? What's the what are people saying about you know, our product?" You can guarantee that they said, "Oh well, the number one topic of conversation right now is basically on this benchmark. We basically just got busted for lowering the reasoning on Opus 4.6." So whatever they did, it's now performing better today at 29.3. It's a 4% improvement in fabrication. So that is very, very telling. But what we're going to do now is we are going to make an X post about this because people need to know about this. You guys are seeing it here first. So let's get this deployed real quick. And this X post is probably going to run numbers depending on how well we write it, right? And if we can somehow tie this into the Opus 4.7 release, that will actually help it get even further. So we'll kind of think about this, and then I'll... okay, Deep Pan said, just got an idea. Based on the task being done by the user, you can recommend the best model that suits his need based on BridgeBench benchmarks. That's actually a really good idea. I am going to test GPT 5.4 again. All right, let's get this push. I need to get this kicked off to GitHub. And then, guys, I'm going to need your help. Initial posts, like initial likes or comments on posts and reposts, help it get pushed a lot further. So we're going to make this post. We're going to run it up. The goal is 50,000, but it could go further. Okay. How often do I review job applications? Every day. Yeah, I use my own platforms. All right. All right, log out. Is this now a command? Let's see. All right, so now if I do bridge code. All right, it got updated, so I'm gonna have to do bridge code login. It would be better to... I would rather have it launch it and then have me log in. I'd actually like that a little bit better. I think that it would be better if, even though I wasn't authenticated with bridge code, if I was still able to launch it, and then from there I just couldn't do anything with it or use it until I actually did log in and authenticate. Would you help us refactor to this approach? I like the thought of being able to at least launch bridge code, and then from there, if I'm not authenticated, to have a menu to be able to authenticate from there, but at least be able to launch it. We're getting close to 5 hours, but not quite. I spent $1,000 a month. I'm pretty sure I did commit this. Yes. Okay, looks like, is it already pushed? Vercel, I will say, Vercel is so much faster than Amplify. Wow, the build is literally in under a minute. All right, so check this out. All right, so can I do this? Is that gonna be too... We'll see how it looks. Okay. right, so here's what we're going to do. All right, so we are going to highlight this. And then we're going to highlight this. And then we're going to draw an arrow. This one. All right. And then okay. All right, so pinning out to the point that I'm making. Okay, Claude Opus 4.6 is performing better today on the BridgeBench hallucination benchmark. Wait, hold up. Cursor release? What'd they release? Oh, wow. All right, Claude Opus 4.6 is performing better today on the BridgeBench hallucination benchmark. Okay, Claude Opus 4.6 is performing better today on the BridgeBench hallucination benchmark. After being caught red-handed for nerfing the model, Anthropic has increased the reasoning levels. Don't post it. All right, should we do it, guys? I don't know. I don't know. Hold on, hold on. All right, guys, we're gonna send this post, okay? And I need your guys' help. All right, let's send it. All right, everybody. All right, run this up, okay? All right. Let's go, Mike. All right, guys. That's going to be it for me today. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Like I said, 5 hours. We just passed the 5-hour mark. So we did retest Claude Opus 4.6 on BridgeBench, and it does look like it is performing better today. So, you know, that's going to be it for me. With that being said, if you guys haven't already liked, subscribed, and joined the Discord, make sure you do so. I will be back live again tomorrow. If you guys haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so for updates there. But with that being said, I will see you guys tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. With that being said, I will see you guys in the future. Whew, that's a good one. Hello, this is Matthew. Dario, slow down, slow down. I know. No. Dario, chill. Slow down. Okay, listen. No. I can delete the post if you really want me to. No, I just got off the stream. No, I just got off the stream. Here, let's talk.